Brogan keeping it himself across the line and into the end zone. Touchdown, Dragons. That's a tight end wide open up the middle. There's the catch and the touchdown.
Pittsburgh Sports Live is presented by Crawcan, your community technology partner. Don't get bit by slow speeds and high prices. Get Gigabit, the fastest internet in Southeast Kansas, with Crawcan. To learn more, check them out online at ckt.net. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Pittsburgh High School, getting set for tonight's SEK League doubleheader between the Pittsburgh Purple Dragons and the Parsons Vikings. I'm Josh Lettner, flying solo tonight, bringing you some late week action. Michael Kissel has the night off for a family reunion. Hope he's having a good time down there in the wilds of Neosho, Missouri. But tonight we got a good matchup for you here as the Dragons welcome in the Vikings. You're kind of watching a little bit of the girls JV game, and right now the Pittsburgh girls on top of that one, 54-13. So they got the running clock going, so we're starting early here, making sure we have enough time to fit in the pregame show before the girls game tips off tonight. I'm not sure if they're going to tip it off earlier, if they'll hold off till exactly 6 o'clock and start that one on schedule. But I'm going to get out in front of it. Nonetheless, Dragon girls coming into tonight's game 11-8 overall, 5-3, good enough for third place in the SEK League. Parsons girls are 5-12, 2-6 in the league. Last time these two teams met, oh, geez, that was back on January 6th, and the Pittsburgh girls won that one by 20, 66-46 in Parsons. So tonight the return matchup here in Pittsburgh, and Dragon girls coming off of a loss to Independence. We'll talk that over here in just a little bit. And Parsons coming off a win. We'll get into all that as we roll into the Community National Bank and Trust pregame show. We'll get you your keys to the game, your starting lineups, all that jazz as we get closer to tip-off here in Pittsburgh. The Dragons and the Vikings coming up on Pittsburgh Sports Live.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast Crawcan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find two links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the Crawcan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
Having the right financial partner can make all the difference. Community National Bank and Trust believes banking should do more than just hold your money. We support your goals, simplify your day-to-day, and give you room to grow with quality banking services. Withdraw, transfer, invest, apply for loans, and talk with our banking professionals online, over the phone, or in person. Let Community National Bank and Trust help you build a banking experience that works for you. Community National Bank and Trust, equal housing lender and member FDIC.
Whether you're trying to make the most of the next harvest, navigating a changing business landscape, or planning for the next chapter in your life, the professionals at Prime Accounting Solutions are here to help. With 10 locations, Prime Accounting offers convenient, friendly accounting and tax services at a fair price. Payroll, bookkeeping, business planning, personal tax filing, and more. And now Prime is the place to go for insurance. To find a location near you, go to primeaccounting.net.
Having the right financial partner can make all the difference. Community National Bank and Trust believes banking should do more than just hold your money. We support your goals, simplify your day-to-day, and give you room to grow with quality banking services. Withdraw, transfer, invest, apply for loans, and talk with our banking professionals online, over the phone, or in person. Let Community National Bank and Trust help you build a banking experience that works for you. Community National Bank and Trust, equal housing lender and member FDIC.
Every tax season a villain rises.
Keep those numbers messy. I thrive on confusion.
But when overpayment strikes, a hero answers the call.
You can't save them all, Captain.
Watch me.
Prime Accounting. fighting for your deductions, protecting your refund. Don't let Tax Luther take your refund. Join Team Prime today. Power to the people who fight.
To find a location near you, go to primeaccounting.net.
Chicken Annie's of Girard is something to crow about. Their family-style restaurant continues a Southeast Kansas tradition with their specialty, fried chicken, plus famous homemade onion rings, chicken and noodles, and so much more. And of course, their delicious homemade pies. Dine in or carry out available. Chicken Annie's of Girard has the best value, flavor, and service in the area. Stop in soon or call for catering. 620-724-4090.
Welcome back to Pittsburg High School, getting set for tonight's SEK League doubleheader between the Pittsburgh Purple Dragons and the Parsons Vikings. Dragon girls coming in tonight's game 11-8, 5-3 in the SEK. Parsons 5-12, 2-6 in the SEK. And we mentioned earlier their last meeting back, I believe it was January 6th, right out of Christmas break. In Parsons, Dragon girls won that game by 20, 66-46 over Parsons. Dragons coming off a 44-32 loss on the road at Independence on Tuesday night. Parsons coming off a 45-41 win at Lebec County, so a rivalry game. Anytime Parsons and Lebec County meet, it's going to be a tough one. And the girls, Parsons girls won that one by 4. And then they allegedly had a game with Humboldt, but there was no score listed on Max Preps. They did have a score for a boys game, but not for the Parsons girls. So the last score we have is from back on the 10th when they defeated Lebec County. Dragon girls against Independence, it was a game that they really had some opportunities, but when the Dragons struggle, they don't shoot the ball well and they turn it over a lot. They did that on the road at Independence, and then you cap that off with a pretty low energy performance to start the game for the Dragons. It seemed like they didn't really get into the game until halftime, and by then it's pretty late to get involved in it, and Independence able to get a big win on their home floor. And I think the Dragons really are the type of team that should give Independence trouble this year, but they just didn't play their best game on the road at Indy, and hoping to bounce back here tonight against this 5-12 Parsons squad. And you get the idea of how tough that SEK league is. Dragons 5-3, they're sitting at 3rd, and Parsons at 2-6. I believe they are last place in the league with that record. Pitt boys will play the nightcap. Dragons coming into the game 7-10, 4-4 in league play. Parsons just 2-16, 0-8 in league play. And but the Dragons still looking for their first home win of the season. They are 0-8 on their home floor this year, and so that's not a good mark, and one that I'm sure they'd like to erase if they could here tonight against Parsons. And it's a good opportunity tonight for the Dragons to pick up their first win of the season, and we'll talk about more of that after the girls' game as we get ready in between for the boys' game. We'll step away for our second break of the pregame show. We'll come back, get you your keys to the game, your starting lineups, as we're about probably 13 minutes away from tip-off here in Pittsburgh, Friday the 13th. The Dragons looking to exercise some demons, the Dragon boys anyway, and pick up their first home win of the season when we come back here watching Dragon basketball on Pittsburgh Sports Live.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the 4-State Agency, We're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
Selling equipment can be a hassle. Whether you're needing to replace an old tractor or you're finally getting to retire, the time and energy needed to clean, prep, promote, and sell seems daunting. That's why you need Tyler Jackman and Big Iron Auctions. From one piece to the whole farm, Big Iron Auctions can deliver your items to more than 750,000 registered bidders. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115 or learn more at BigIronAuctions.com.
At Girard Medical Center, our physical and occupational therapy department is dedicated to helping you bounce back stronger. Whether you're recovering from an injury, surgery, or just want to move better every day. From student athletes to seniors, we provide personalized care and expert support right here at home. To learn more about our therapy department and our other services, visit GirardMedicalCenter.com, a proud supporter of the Girard Trojans and your hometown team for health and healing. Rooted in rural, focused on you.
From the phone call to the service call, Roto-Rooter is there with fast and reliable sewer and drain service. From repair and replacement to septic and grease trap pumping, Roto-Rooter is here for you. With video inspections, Roto-Rooter can identify the exact issue to get the repair done quickly and correctly. Complete sewer line repairs or replacements, Roto-Rooter has you covered. Serving Crawford, Bourbon, and Cherokee counties, Roto-Rooter, 620-231-5630.
Welcome back to Pittsburg High School. Again, set for tonight's SEK League doubleheader between the Pittsburgh Purple Dragons and the Parsons Vikings. This is the Community National Bank and Trust pregame show brought to you by Community National Bank and Trust. Your neighbors, your partners, and your biggest supporters from personal and business banking to mortgages, credit cards, and investments. CNB has the tools you need with the service you deserve. Equal housing lender. Member FDIC. Learn more online at mybankcnb.com. Community National Bank and Trust, where community comes first. So the Dragon Girls going to set it off tonight. Dragon Girls 11-8. Parsons coming in 5-12. Dragons won it by 20 the last time these two teams met in Parsons back in early January. I believe it was the first game coming out of the Christmas break for both teams. And the Dragons really dominated from start to finish in Parsons. And hoping to repeat that type of performance here tonight against the Lady Vikings. Let's take a look at our keys to the game for the Dragons. It's almost the same every week because they're streaky and they go through periods where they turn the ball over a lot, and it makes it hard to win when you do that. And the Dragons tonight, the story is the same. You got to take care of the basketball, turn defense into offense, because they've played great in transition this year. They've created a lot of turnovers. The problem is that they've committed a lot of turnovers. And against really good teams, you can't get away with turning the ball over a whole lot. So tonight we'll see if they take care of the basketball against this Parsons team. You expect it to be an up and down kind of frenetic paced game. We'll see if Parsons brings some pressure against the Dragons or if they're just going to drop back into a half court. I believe the first time these two teams played, Parsons didn't do a lot of pressuring. But when they did, it was pretty effective because the Dragons turned the ball over quite a bit towards the end of that game. But by then, it was too little too late for the Lady Vikings. And we'll see if Coach Eric Lyons' squad brings the pressure earlier or if they drop back into their half-court defense and only bring pressure late in the game again. We'll see how it goes. Those keys to the game brought to you by Vietti Auto Body and Alignment in Pittsburgh on the corner of 4th and Joplin since 1948, the official car care and tire provider of Pittsburgh Sports Live. When John Holland and Bill Hunt now in the Vietti Alignment Shop, if it can be aligned, those guys will align it. From golf carts and side-by-sides all the way up to F550s and small buses, they'll get it done. Schedule your appointment by calling Vietti Auto Body and Alignment, 620-231-6230. We're about, we'll call it 7.5, 8 minutes away from tip-off here in Pittsburgh. Dragons and the Vikings coming up. We'll step away for our final break of the pregame show, and we'll be back. You're watching Dragon Basketball on Pittsburgh Sports Live.
Nothing says luxury like a Lincoln. Take advantage of 0% financing for 66 months right now on the all-new Lincoln Navigator. Come see us today at Mike Carpino Family of Ford Lincoln Dealerships, Columbus, Parsons, Pittsburgh.
When it comes to having your labs drawn, you have a choice of where to go. For 30 years, MagLab has focused on providing quality lab work that is accurate and timely. MagLab's walk-in service typically gets you in and out in under 5 minutes with same-day results. Locally owned and operated, MagLab takes most insurances, including Medicaid, and has historically had the lowest out-of-pocket prices. So when it comes to having labs drawn, don't be told where to go. Choose for yourself. Choose MagLab.
It's the rush. Every touchdown, basket, goal, or lap is filled with excitement. It's why we love the game. It's why we play the game. It's also why we bet on the game. The rush is why we need a plan to bet responsibly and not lose more than we can afford. Problem sports gambling can ruin the love we have for sports. So know when enough is enough. Know when the game is playing you. Contact 1-800-GAMBLER for help today.
Welcome back to Pittsburgh High School. Getting set for tonight's matchup between the Pittsburgh Purple Dragons and the Parsons Vikings. Let's go ahead and take a look at the starting lineups for tonight's game. First, for the visiting Parsons Vikings, they'll start number 1, a 5'9" senior, Braylon Hinman Mitchell. Number 2, a 5'2" sophomore, Heidi Schultz. Number 5, a 5'8" senior, Cadence Ball. Number 22, a 5'6" junior, Alex Stonenberger. Number 23, a 6' sophomore, Ayana Robertson. For the Pittsburgh Purple Dragons, a familiar starting lineup. They'll start number 2, senior Odessa Reed. Number 4, senior Anna Jorge. Number 11, senior Sophia Hertrick. Number 21, sophomore Angie Miller. And number 30, sophomore Mackenzie English. We'll see a lot of players in and out of the game tonight for the Dragons. And I mentioned earlier the Dragon JV girls, and I don't know the JV boys score because that's in a different gym. While I'm setting up, I'm treated to some girls JV action, and Pittsburgh's JV girls defeated Parsons tonight. I think the final score was like 54-14. So a very lopsided JV score. Bodes well for the future for the Dragons, but we're hoping that the varsity games are a bit more competitive than that. Although if they're not, we could have a running clock, which is every broadcaster's favorite. But I don't expect that to be the case tonight. Both the Parsons and girls and boys teams have improved a little bit over the course of the year. And I expect that they won't be super lopsided games here tonight. Dragons were in action Tuesday night. The girls lost a 44-32 decision at Independence, but the boys pulled off what I call the little Grand Theft basketball. They won their game 54-53. and escaped with the win because Independence, their stud, Colbert, had a wide open three-point look and just couldn't get it to fall. Dragons came away with the rebound and came away with the win, and I'm sure they did not pass go, did not collect $200, just got out of Independence quickly because, yeah, that's what you do. Sneak out of town like bank robbers. And the Dragons won that one by 1, and that kind of helps make up for a heartbreaking overtime 1-point loss to Coffeyville last Friday night. So hopefully the Friday jitters are off the Dragons, and they'll play a good one tonight here on Friday the 13th. And this is some weird calendar anomaly where we're going to have a Friday the 13th in February, and then we'll also have a Friday the 13th in March. So if you miss like a piano falling on you today, there's always next month to look forward to. It only happens once every 10, 11 years, something like that. And this is that year, so we're treated to 2 months consecutively with Friday the 13th. I'm full of useless information and very few actual basketball stats, but that's part of the delight of tuning into Pittsburgh Sports Live. We're about a minute and a half away from tip-off. They're going to break up this warm-up period here soon, and I'm not sure how the procedure is going to work tonight, if we're going to have a national anthem before the girls' game or if it will be before the boys' game. Either way, we'll probably stay here and keep it here for you so you can watch. It's usually either the show choir or the pep band. It's very rarely somebody's cell phone, so it's worth sticking around for. Again, I'm flying solo tonight. No Michael Kissel with me. He's having fun tonight, doing something in the sticks near Neosho, Missouri, which, I mean, how could you not? But bear with me tonight. I'll be running the computer, giving you the play-by-play, running the camera, and keeping stats all at the same time. And so I'm just going to let you know that historically I am not a juggler. So we'll see what happens. I should have tried to hire a kid out of the crowd. Offered him a pack of Skittles to run the camera for me, but only behind me is the Parsons crowd, and so I don't know. Seems wrong. I believe we're going to do the national anthem before the girls' game, so to honor America, I'll be quiet. Quite the duet for the national anthem. Nice work, ladies. All right, the PA address announcer getting ready to introduce the starting lineups for tonight's game. We've already gotten that out of the way. And they introduced Braylon Hinman Mitchell, and she really gave the Dragons some trouble the first time around. Bright spot on this roster along with Ayanna Robertson. The two of those girls really played pretty well the last two times these teams met, but the Dragons able to force a bunch of turnovers defensively, and that's what they're hoping to do tonight. Well, because I'm flying solo tonight, expect the stats to be extremely unofficial. And I'm not going to probably try to keep track of the turnovers, although they are going to likely be a big part of this game. It's just a lot to ask for a person with only two hands and half a brain. So we're just going to do our best with what we've got. Both teams getting their final instructions from their coaches. Robertson set to tip it off against Mackenzie English. And Parsons is going to control the tip. We're underway. They get it quickly ahead to Schultz. Gets it down low to Robertson. Off the glass, won't go. Battle for the rebound, and it's going to be out of bounds. Last touch by Odessa Reed. It will stay with Parsons. Hinman Mitchell, the inbound, gets it in over the top to Cadence Ball. Now Schultz with it down low to Hinman Mitchell. The Dragons lost her, and Parsons out to a 2-0 lead. Miller handling it up the floor for the Dragons, gives it up to English. Cross-court pass, long one to Jorge. Back up top to English. Jorge dribbling into the lane, loses it, but able to kick it out to Miller. Now Reed with it, gives it up to Hertrick. Her shot's blocked from behind by Robertson. And now Parsons off and running, but Robertson loses it. Has it poked away by Miller. And it will go back to the Dragons. And you can see why I'm not going to be able to keep track of turnovers. But again, they are going to be important tonight. Just going to talk holistically about turnovers, like too many versus not enough. Into the corner, Hertrick will try the three, no good. Tapped out to Miller on the rebound. Back to Hertrick. Into the far corner to English. Now Miller thought about a three, she'll put it on the floor. Gives it up to Reed into the lane, trying to force it down to English, and does. McKenzie reverse layup off the glass is good, and we're tied at 2. Vikings quickly back the other way. Ball with the shot. No good. Rebound English. Long outlet pass over the top to Jorge. And Anna off the glass. No good. Rebound saved by Hertrick. She'll get it back out to Miller, and the Dragons will reset in the half court. And Jorge just couldn't convert on a layup in transition. Pass off the leg of a Parsons defender. It'll stay with the Dragons. 27 seconds on the shot clock. Get it in, tipped. Miller gets it back, middle of the lane. Shot on the way off the back iron. Rebound comes down to Hinman Mitchell. And Parsons looking to push the other direction. The Dragons have missed a couple of easy ones within a foot of the bucket. Here to start things out. Got away with a walk. Did Hinman Mitchell. Rebound comes down to English. And Miller will walk it up the court for the Dragons. Far side to Hertrick. Sophia lost her own dribble, now gives it up to Reed. Cross-court pass to English, steps into a three-point shot, no good, tipped out of bounds. And they're going to say last touch by Reed. It'll be Parsons' ball, and the Dragons haven't been able to hit from outside, inside, pretty much anywhere in the gym so far. Parsons gets it in, it's tipped out of bounds. It'll stay with the Vikings as Stonenberger had it knocked out of her hands. Robertson to inbound. Hinman Mitchell gets it, but loses it out of bounds, and it will be Dragon ball. Another turnover early. Lots of turnovers to start this game. English gets it into Miller. Jorge down low to English. Off the glass, it's good. And you can tell what the philosophy for the Dragons is going to be is feed Mackenzie English under the bucket, and that's a wise philosophy, if you ask this old philosopher. Robertson stopped. She's forced to give it up, and then a tie-up, and the possession arrow is going to favor the Dragons. Good as a turnover, and it probably should have been a turnover. It wasn't much of a tie-up because Angie Miller just ripped it out of the hands. But goes to the possession arrow, but favors the Dragons nonetheless. Pittsburgh will have it. Jorge to inbound from in front of the Dragon bench. Pittsburgh leading at 4-2, looking to add to that lead right here. Jorge with it. Drives. Cross-court pass to Reed was partially deflected. Back over to Hertrick. Drives into lane, kicks out to Miller. She'll take the three. Off the mark. Long rebound. I don't have a 0 for Parsons, so I don't know who that is. Called the foul on English. That's her first team foul on Pittsburgh. Vikings get inbound, they turned it over. As I don't know who number 0 is, so I don't have a 0. No, I don't have a 0 on Parsons' roster. English gets it down low, misses the layup. Robertson comes away with it. So it's still a 2-point game as Robertson works it up the floor, and she's going to be trapped, gives it up to the mysterious number 0. Hinman Mitchell with it down low. Her shot no good. Gets her own rebound, partially blocked. And there's a held ball, and it's going to favor Parsons. And fortunately, English didn't get a foul because usually when you swat down at the ball like that, you're going to get a foul. Now Parsons inbound from the baseline. Over the top, they get it into Ball. Near side for Schultz, into the corner. Hinman Mitchell going to drive baseline. Stepped on the line. She may have had a little bit of help, but that'll turn it over to the Dragons. Miller to inbound. Clock's ticking. She gets it into Jorge, and now Miller. Long over the top pass to Odessa Reed. Back out to Jorge at the top of the key. Hertrick with it on the wing. Nice entry pass to English. Reed's shot is good, and the foul. Good position by Odessa Reed. Gets the shot after the contact. Brianna Kramer apparently is number 0. Okay, they have her as 3. Correct that. Reed hits the free throw. Dragons lead it by 5. Jorge picks up the foul in the open floor. Adelie Gober going to check into the game, replacing Angie Miller, who will sit. I should feel like I should already apologize for my camera work. There's a steal, almost. Now a scrum. Another held ball, and this one's going to favor Pittsburgh. Getting ready for a substitution for Parsons. As Kramer will sit, Lexi Jones checks into the game. Gober handles it up the floor, near side to Hertrick. She'll pull the trigger on a three, no good. Rebound English, she's fouled. I believe that was Hinman Mitchell who got her. And it was. Second team foul. We got a timeout on the floor, 30-second timeout. We'll stay right here, and you can see how the turnovers are a big factor. If I had a spare arm, a spare hand, and the rest of my brain, I would keep track of those for you. But so far, the Dragons have probably forced more than they've committed by about a 3-1 margin. That's just a gross estimate, too, so any mathologians out there, don't hold me to it. Mackenzie English was set to the line to shoot two. The officials are trying to remember, was it one or was it two? It was two. First one off the mark. Second one's good. 5 points early for Mackenzie Mitchell, or for, Mackenzie English. Oh, and there's an intercepted pass by English, cross court to Gober. Straight at it goes Adelie, off the glass and good. First bucket tonight for Adelie Gober. The Dragons lead it by 8. That one deflected out of bounds. I believe it'll stay with Parsons. Robertson will inbound from in front of the scorer's table. Gets it into Hinman Mitchell. And a technical foul going to be called on Coach Eric Lyons. Whatever he said, it must have been particularly hurtful because he didn't say it very loud and he wasn't very animated when he said it. But maybe like, you don't look good in stripes. I don't know. Maybe something about the official's mother. I don't want to speculate. English hits it first. And the second one as well. 7 points for English. Dragon lead is 10. And Pittsburgh will have the ball inbound on the far side after the technical. Gober handling, gets it to Hertrick. Sophia into the lane, throws one up, no good. Rebound Robertson. And that ball never touched the rim or anything. They try to get it to Hinman Mitchell in the middle of the lane. I think they're going to say she was fouled from behind by Mackenzie English. That's English's second foul. Third team foul on Pittsburgh. English will sit. Kendall Elkamil into the game for Pittsburgh. You can tell by a lot by facial expressions. I don't think Mackenzie liked that call very much. Hinman Mitchell to inbound. Gets it in, pass deflected. And then a battle for it on the far side between Reed and I think that was Stonenberger over there. No. Lexi Jones. Hinman Mitchell with it now to Robertson at the elbow. Elevates, shot on the way, rattles around, no good. Rebound, Hertrick. She'll give it up to Gober, and the Dragons will get it onto the offensive side of the floor. Gober down the lane, straight away, no good. Rebound comes down to Reed, but then she loses her footing. Hinman Mitchell comes away with it for Parsons. Now across to Schultz, down low to Hinman Mitchell. Her shot, no good. Rebound, Jorge. And Elkamil will push the other direction into the corner. Back up top, three-pointer from Gober, in and out. Rebound, Robertson. She's going to push. Working against Jorge. Near side into the corner for Schultz. Shot on the way, no good. Rebound, Jorge. Elkamil with it. Little shovel pass to Hertrick. They'll swing it around the horn to Gober. Down in the lane to Reed, and she's fouled on the reach by Hinman Mitchell. That's 2 on Hinman Mitchell, 4th team foul. Got some subs for Parsons as Kramer and Stonenberger check back into the game. Hinman Mitchell and Lexi Jones will sit. Elkamil trying to get it into Reed. It went off the leg of a Parsons defender. It should stay with the Dragons, and it does. 1:27 to play, first quarter. Dragons leading it by 10. And it's a library-like atmosphere in here tonight. Unfortunately, we're not digging through the card catalog. This is a basketball game. Gober had it for 5 seconds, dribbling around, and gets called for that. And that'll turn it over to Parsons. You don't see that call too often, but you saw it right there. Mark that one off your bingo card. Now the Vikings with it. Minute 15 to play, first quarter. Stonenberger gets it to, Schultz gets it to Robertson. No good. Rebound, Hertrick. Here come the Dragons back the other way. Jorge looking to push into the corner to Elkamil. She drives baseline. Little runner, no good. Kendall fighting for the rebound. Tipped out of bounds, and they're going to say she touched it last, and it will go to Parsons. Good idea, good look. Just couldn't get the shot to fall for Kendall Elkamil. A little full court pressure being applied by the Dragons. Robertson gets the pass, though, out of the trap. She's going to break it, but it's deflected by Reed. Right back to Robertson. She raises up and hits the shot, a little 10-footer. First bucket of the night for Robertson. And a steal as Gober has it taken right away from her by Schultz. And here comes Robertson down the lane. They're going to get a charge against Robertson into Ana Jorge. And nobody on this side. It's a Parsons crowd behind me. I don't know. And Robertson's going to pick up her first. 5th team foul. But I guess no free throws because it was offensive. I don't know. You never know. Hertrick driving inside the lane, kicks the near side to Jorge. Up top to Gober. Add a lead down the lane, and she's fouled. And we'll head to the line to shoot 2. They're going to whistle that one on Cadence Ball. That's her first, according to me. Yep, it is. And Gober to the line for the first time tonight. Rattles the first one in. Second shot good as well. Natalie 2 for 2 from the line. She's got 4 points tonight. Dragons back up by 10. Pass deflected, chased down by Elkamil. And that's going to do it for the first quarter. After one, Dragons lead it 14-4. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be back. You're watching Dragon Basketball.
At GN Bank, we're your neighbor. We see you at the store. We cheer with you at the local football games, serving you with the same friendly faces you have come to know and trust. GN Bank, the best place to bank and borrow.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the Four-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
After one, the Dragon defense really giving Parsons trouble. Pittsburgh leading it 14-4. Vikings have the ball to start the second quarter. Robertson gets it into Schultz. We're underway. Kramer driving baseline. Now she's cut off in a crowd. Kicks it out. Shot on the way from Ball. No good. Rebound the Dragons. Gober pushing it up. Gets it to Jorge. Anna picks up her dribble. Now needs to figure out where to go with it. Gives it up to Gober. She again drives right down the lane. Has it stripped away. It'll stay with the Dragons. Mantooth checks into the game, replacing Sophia Hertrick. Reed inbound from the baseline, gets it into Jorge. Back to Reed, elevates middle of the lane, won't go. And they're going to whistle Reed with a foul after the rebound. That's a rough one. Odessa didn't even get her hands in there, but I guess they're going to say she got her with the body a little bit as she ran into Cadence Ball. That will give it to Parsons. Hinman Mitchell into the game, replacing Kramer. Robertson gets it in to Hinman Mitchell. Back to Robertson. Gober on her. Pass deflected, but right to Robertson. And she's fouled by Mantooth to prevent the easy layup. And that was just a weird bounce of the ball there that caused it to end up in Robertson's hands. That's Mantooth's first. Second team foul already here early in this second quarter on the Dragons. First shot from Robertson, no good. Second one is good. 3 points for Ayanna Robertson. The lead is 9. Mantooth driving to the free throw line, kicks out to Jorge. Into the lane, elevates, and good. Nice little stop and pop by Anna Jorge. That's her first bucket of the game. And we got a foul against Kendall Elkamil out in the open floor. There's your third team foul. Parsons yet to commit one. That could be an issue here in this second quarter if the Dragons can't clean up a little bit defensively. Hinman Mitchell, with it on the far side, directing traffic. She'll give it back up to Ball. Back to Hinman Mitchell in the corner. Up top, they'll swing it around. Trying to get it to Robertson down low. And Jorge saves it in bounds right off of Robertson. And it will be Dragon ball. Good defensive possession that time by the Dragons. Getting ready for a line change. Mackenzie English, Sophia Hertrick, and Angie Miller check into the game, replacing Odessa Reed, Kendall Elkamil, and Briley Mantooth. Miller will inbound it. Gets it into Gober, back to Miller. Dragons break the soft pressure down to English. She gets knocked off her feet. No foul call. And Parsons with it back the other way. Into the corner to Schultz. Nowhere to go with it. Tries to get it to Robertson. She's tied up. And it's going to be Pittsburgh ball. Another good defensive possession. And yes, I have gone through puberty. I don't know why my voice cracked. I'm going to blame it on the popcorn. Popcorn and broadcasting don't mix. Miller ahead to Gober. Hertrick on the near side. Sophia gets it back to Angie Miller. Now Gober with it, top of the key. Long three on the way, off the back iron. Sophia followed her shot. Good idea. And tried to force it into Jorge, but she couldn't get a handle on it. It's tipped out of bounds. It'll be Parsons' ball. Dragons leading it by 11. Kramer checks back into the game, replacing Schultz as Heidi sits. Robertson going to handle it up the floor for Parsons, working against Gober. Stebbles to the elbow, but her pass deflected by Jorge, and she stepped on the line as she was trying to save it, so it'll stay with the Lady Vikings. 23 seconds on the shot clock. 5:33 to play first half. Dragons leading it by 11. But you can see all that on that nifty scoreboard down there. I'm in independence mode where we didn't have time and score. Robertson's shot off the glass, then rolls around and down. 5 points for Robertson. Dragons with it now on the offensive end. Miller to Hertrick. She'll dribble out to the top of the key. Shovels it off to Gober. Thought about a three. Now back to Hertrick. Sophia looking for somewhere to go with it. Gets it to English at the elbow. English spinning into the lane. Elevates. Shot on the way. No good. Rebound comes down to Cadence Ball. Ball handling now. Working against Gober. Kramer gets it to Robertson at the elbow. Back up top the ball. They'll swing it around to, it'll end up down low with Hinman Mitchell. She's fouled by Anna Jorge, and Hinman Mitchell will head to the line to shoot two. That's Jorge's second. And the fourth team foul on the Dragons. Parsons yet to commit a foul in this quarter, if you believe in that sort of thing. Hinman Mitchell's first shot, no good. Reed checks back into the game. Jorge will sit. Shot no good. Reed with the rebound. They'll get it into the lane to Reed. She has it poked away, tracks it down. Not the greatest pass to get it to Hertrick either. And it'll turn it over. It'll be Parsons' ball. 4:28 to play first half. Dragons leading it by 9. Cross court, Kramer with it, gets it down low to Hinman Mitchell. Her shot no good, but right there for the rebounds, Robertson. The Dragons got to box somebody out down here. And there's an over-the-back foul finally called on Robertson. That's about on about the third rebound she got on that possession. First team foul in the second quarter on Parsons. Miller breaks the pressure into the corner to Hertrick. She'll take the three, way off the mark. Rebound Miller. Her putback no good. Rebound tipped around. Parsons going to come away with it, maybe. And they do. Ahead to Robertson, going to work. Kicks it over. Up top, shot on the way off the mark. Hinman Mitchell with the rebound. Then her shot no good. Hertrick comes away with it for the Dragons. Miller content to walk it up the floor. And the Dragons are going to turn over because they didn't get it across half court in time. I don't think I've seen that out of this team all year, so mark that off your bingo card for turnovers. Robertson get inbound. Gets it into Stonenberger. Back to Robertson at the free throw line. Poked away near side from Hinman Mitchell. It's going to be out of bounds. It'll be Dragon ball. So no harm, no foul off that 10-second violation, trying to get the ball across half court. Trying to get it to Reed. It's tipped away. And Kendall Elkamel going to check into the game. Angie Miller, nope. Odessa Reed is going to sit. And there was a foul against the Dragons. I think they got Reed. Is that right? They got Odessa Reed with that one. It's going to be a lot of free throws for Parsons from here on out in the next 3 minutes. And that's good news if you're the Vikings. Gives you a chance to score without the clock moving. Kendall Elkamel is going to check in replacing Reed, and then Coach Gegg had a discussion with the officials about, I don't know, parliamentary procedure. And now it looks like Heidi Schultz is going to shoot the free throws for Parsons. She hits the first. That's her first point of the game. Dragon lead down to 8, though. Man, they led by 12 at one point. And just not taking very good care of the basketball, and that's what gets them in trouble this year as Schultz hits both. The lead down to 6. Gober picks up her dribble, almost threw it away. English tracks it down. Back to Miller. She'll go to work. Back to Gober, open for 3, straight away. She'll take it off the mark. Rebound, Hinman Mitchell. Don't think that Coach Gegg wanted that shot particularly, but it's the one the Dragons got. Robertson with it. Her shot no good. Rebound, Hertrick. She'll give it up to Miller, who will, hopefully kick it into a jog, get it across half court. Hertrick gives it back up to Miller. Thought about a 3. Now she'll put it on the floor down the lane. Back to Sophia. Into the lane for Hertrick off the bottom of the backboard. And back to Hinman Mitchell. This has not been a pretty half of basketball, to say the least. Shot on the way from Kramer off the mark. Rebound, Hinman Mitchell. Timeout, Parsons. Coach Lyons wants to talk it over. 30-second timeout. We'll stay right here. 2:01 to play first half. Dragons leading at 16-9. That means that there's been 25 points scored in a half of basketball between two teams up to this point. And the Dragons don't look as flat as they looked against Independence earlier this week, but it's not a whole lot more energy tonight than there was on the road at Independence. And that could be why this game is as close as it is. It's kind of a, with intensity comes concentration, and when you don't have a lot of intensity, your concentration drops off. We've seen that a little bit with some of the turnovers from the Dragons tonight. Hinman Mitchell working against Gober. Stonenberger to Schultz. And there's a held ball. It'll stay with Parsons. Schultz with it. Into the corner to Kramer. Gets trapped out there. Kicks it back out to Schultz. Now to Robertson at the free throw line. Stonenberger's pass picked off by English. McKenzie down the lane into traffic. Has it stripped away. It'll stay with the Dragons. I think they're fortunate to get that call. Cadence Ball checking back into the game for Parsons. She'll replace Alex Stonenberger, who will take a seat on the Viking bench. Dragons will inbound from the baseline. Elkamil to throw it in, or Miller, excuse me, to throw it in, gets it into Jorge. Back out to Miller. She'll take the three off the iron. 3 white jerseys. Jorge comes away with it. She was fouled on the floor. Let's see who they whistle this one on. And they got it on Ball, I believe. That's her second. Second team foul on Parsons. Jorge's fouled. I think that was Schultz who got into her, trying to break up the pass. Totally legal in football. That was a great play in football. Unfortunately, it's not football. Miller gets it in to English. Great position for McKenzie. Can't get the layup to drop within a foot. And then she was the last one to touch it, and it's going to go over to Parsons. So the Dragons now leading it by 7. And just letting Parsons hang around. Keeping this one a game by not being able to finish plays and committing head-scratcher turnovers. Robertson with the shot in the lane. Look out. Dragons, you got to start concentrating and executing. Now down on the offensive end, Elkamil driving, has it blocked out of bounds. It'll stay with Pittsburgh, but Elkamil being aggressive along that baseline. And Robertson there, though, to clean it up for the Vikings. What's that? We've got Jorge for a moving screen, perhaps. That's her third. One of the best Dragon defenders is going to have to sit down for the rest of the first half. Granted, only 43 seconds, but I have to forget, no matter what color you're wearing tonight, not exactly a clinic on offensive basketball tonight. Cadence Ball with it. Going to drive down the lane. That wild scoop layup, no good. Angie Miller comes away with it. Robertson chasing her. She's fouled by Schultz. And Miller will head to the line to shoot 2. And if I turn the camera that way, trust me, that's what happened. Miller at the line to shoot 2 for Pittsburgh. First shot, good. First point of the night for Angie. And she's good with both of them. Dragon lead is back to 7. Parsons with it now on the offensive end. Schultz working against Miller. She'll give it up to Hinman Mitchell. Working against Miller again, and Angie's going to be whistled for a foul as their feet got tangled up. And that'll send Hinman Mitchell to the line to shoot a pair. And I know Coach Gegg really wishes her team would stop fouling, but just hasn't been the case here. Hinman Mitchell has a bucket back in the first half. Hits the first. She drains both free throws. 5 points for Hinman Mitchell. Dragon lead down to 5. English pulls up for 3 at the buzzer and drills it. Big three-point bucket at the end of the first half for Mackenzie English, and the Dragons lead it by 8 at the break, 21-13. We'll step away for a quick break. We'll be back with the GN Bank halftime show. You're watching Dragon Basketball on Pittsburgh Sports Live.
At GN Bank, we're your neighbor. We see you at the store. We cheer with you at the local football games, serving you with the same friendly faces you have come to know and trust. GN Bank, the best place to bank and borrow.
Hold on. It's monstrous.
With Crawcan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
At Girard Medical Center, our physical and occupational therapy department is dedicated to helping you bounce back stronger. Whether you're recovering from an injury, surgery, or just want to move better every day. From student athletes to seniors, we provide personalized care and expert support right here at home. To learn more about our therapy department and our other services, visit GirardMedicalCenter.com, a proud supporter of the Girard Trojans and your hometown team for health and healing. Rooted in rural, focused on you.
From the phone call to the service call, Roto-Rooter is there with fast and reliable sewer and drain service. From repair and replacement to septic and grease trap pumping, Roto-Rooter is here for you. With video inspections, Roto-Rooter can identify the exact issue to get the repair done quickly and correctly. Complete sewer line repairs or replacements, Roto-Rooter has you covered. Serving Crawford, Bourbon, and Cherokee counties, Roto-Rooter, 620-231-5630.
When it comes to having your labs drawn, you have a choice of where to go. For 30 years, MagLab has focused on providing quality lab work that is accurate and timely. MagLab's walk-in service typically gets you in and out in under 5 minutes with same-day results. Locally owned and operated, MagLab takes most insurances, including Medicaid, and has historically had the lowest out-of-pocket prices. So when it comes to having labs drawn, don't be told where to go. Choose for yourself. Choose MagLab.
It's the rush. Every touchdown, basket, goal, or lap is filled with excitement. It's why we love the game. It's why we play the game. It's also why we bet on the game. The rush is why we need a plan to bet responsibly and not lose more than we can afford. Problem sports gambling can ruin the love we have for sports. So know when enough is enough. Know when the game is playing you. Contact 1-800-GAMBLER for help today.
Welcome back to Pittsburgh High School. At the half, the Dragon girls leading the Parsons Vikings 21-13. Dragons looking for the season sweep over the Parsons girls this year. The Dragons won their first matchup back in early January. 66-46 over these Viking girls. A 20-point win. We're not quite on pace for that here tonight. And if you're a Parsons fan, that's good news for you. Your girls have shown some improvement. Dragons really controlled that game in Parsons back in January from the get-go, and certainly Parsons putting up way more of a fight here tonight in Pittsburgh. This is the GN Bank halftime show brought to you by GN Bank, where they've been providing customers with the highest quality financial services in a friendly and personal way for more than 100 years. Whether it's personal, business, or agricultural needs, trust the team at GN Bank. Find out more at gn-bank.com. And about a 8-point lead for the Dragons here at the break. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of those scoring totals. This Eye on the Game brought to you by Kanar Eye Care. As we take a look back at the first half, Kanar Eye Care is here to make sure you can see what you're looking at. Kanar Eye Care, with locations in Pittsburg and Girard, is here to help their valued customers. Learn more at canareyecare.com. Okay, let's take a look at those scoring totals first for the visiting Parsons Vikings. They're led in scoring by Ayanna Robertson. No surprise there. She's got 7 points. Braylon Hinman-Mitchell with 4, and Heidi Schultz with 2, and that's it for the Parsons Vikings here in the first half. For the Dragons, not a lot of scoring either, but at least you got somebody in double figures. Mackenzie English leading the Dragons with 10 points. Adelie Gober with 4. Odessa Reed with 3. And Anna Jorge and Angie Miller adding a bucket each. Well, a bucket for Jorge, 2 free throws for Miller to round out the scoring for the Dragons. Not a lot of points in that first half, and if Pittsburgh can limit the turnovers and execute a little better offensively, they left about 8 points on the table because they didn't score their layups right under the bucket on several occasions. So Dragons make those layups. This is a bit more of a blowout, but here at the half, they're leading it by 8. We'll step away for a quick break. We'll be back. You're watching Dragon Basketball on Pittsburgh Sports Live.
Thanks to your support, Kanar Eye Care has expanded. With double the space, they offer more exam rooms, larger optical selection, and extended hours to fit your schedule. And with the latest technology, they can quickly diagnose any eye-related issues. All patients are welcome at Kanar Eye Care, the clear choice for your family.
It's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Chicken Annie's Girard. When you're facing a chicken emergency, there's only one hero. Catering and carry out from Chicken Annie's Girard. When an onion ring craving is too much to bear, when the family's coming over and you weren't aware, it's Chicken Annie's Girard to the rescue. When there's 20, 30, 100 to feed, you need Chicken Annie's Girard indeed. A heroic value, superb flavor. When there's a chicken emergency, there's only one hero. Chicken Annie's Girard.
Having the right financial partner can make all the difference. Community National Bank and Trust believes banking should do more than just hold your money. We support your goals, simplify your day-to-day, and give you room to grow with quality banking services. Withdraw, transfer, invest, apply for loans, and talk with our banking professionals online, over the phone, or in person. Let Community National Bank and Trust help you build a banking experience that works for you. Community National Bank and Trust, equal housing lender and member FDIC.
Every tax season, a villain rises.
Keep those numbers messy. I thrive on confusion.
But when overpayment strikes, a hero answers the call.
You can't save them all, Captain.
Watch me.
Prime Accounting, fighting for your deductions, protecting your refund. Don't let Tax Luther take your refund. Join Team Prime today. Power to the people who file.
To find a location near you, go to primeaccounting.net.
I was raised in a small town, and there was a lot of people who took time to invest in me. And so when we decided to open up our offices, we want to make sure that we're pouring back into the community that's giving to us. We care. We want to be involved. We want to have a passion for what you have a passion for. We want to be able to give back. And that's the foundation. That's why we're more than just insurance.
Welcome back to Pittsburgh High at the half. The Dragon girls leading Parsons 21-13 as we're getting set for third quarter action. Dragons, like I mentioned earlier, left probably about 6 to 8 points on the table, just missing layups right under the bucket And then a string of head-scratcher turnovers, but that's nothing new this year. This team kind of goes through ebbs and flows when it comes to turnovers, forcing them and committing them. And they got bit by that a little bit in the first half. They still lead it by 8 here at the break as we're getting set to start the second half. I believe it should be Dragon Ball to start the second half. Don't quote me on that. I'm usually wrong, but it looks like that's what's going to happen. Hey, look at that. Like a broken watch. English will inbound. Gets it into Miller in the backcourt. And we're up and running here in the second half. English dribbling around, give and go to Reed. Down the lane, Odessa, a lot of contact. No foul, gets her own rebound. And the putback. 5 points for Reed. Robertson single-handedly breaks the pressure, gets it into the half court for Parsons, but then an errant pass is going to turn it right back over to the Dragons. Again, apologies for literally everything tonight. I'm running the camera, running the computer, doing a less than stellar job of keeping stats. Well, I'm doing a less than stellar job of all of it, I think. If anybody wants to make $20, you can come up here and run this camera. I didn't say that loud enough, I don't think, but I'd probably blow my mic out. There's a bit of a... Nobody called a timeout. Nonetheless, we have a stoppage. Halftime was so nice, we're going to do it twice. Now they're working something out with the scorers table. Sometimes it takes a village, you know? And it'll be Dragon basketball coming out of the stoppage. Miller with it. And here we go. Down the lane goes Angie Miller. Her shot blocked. Robertson comes away with it. Poked away from her, though, by Reed. Quick hands. English steps into another three. Boom. Second three-point bucket of the game for Mackenzie English. She's got 13 points. And the Dragons showing some full court pressure. Parsons able to break it ahead to Schultz. Down the lane. Shot no good, though. Rebound English. Long outlet pass ahead. Reed chases it down. Off the glass and good for Odessa Reed. She's got 7. And now trouble for Robertson. She's going to be fouled. I don't see who they're going to whistle that one on just yet. They get it on Adelie Gober. That's her first. Angie Miller sits. Kendall Elkamil checks into the game for Pittsburg. As Robertson will inbound from in front of the Dragon bench, gets it into Hinman Mitchell. She's working against Elkamil. Hands it off to Ball. Across to Stonenberger. Her pass deflected, but it ends up right and back in the hands of Robertson in the middle of the lane. And the Dragons just can't secure the loose ball, and it seems like every time they can't, it ends up in the hands of Robertson. She's got 9 points. And then Reed quickly on the other end, as I was writing in my stat book, nobody saw it, gets one to go off the glass. Nine points for Odessa Reed. And there's another turnover, an errant pass out of bounds over there on the far side by Parsons, and they'll give it back to the Dragons. Stonenberger sits. Kramer back into the game for the Vikings. English handling, top of the key to Reed, into the lane, loses the dribble, but then pokes it away again. And Gober gets one to go off the glass. That was a crazy sequence there. I don't care who you are. 6 points for Adelie Gober. And quickly back down the other way come the Vikings. trapped in the corner. They'll give it out to Kramer down the lane, nowhere to go with it. Kicks it out to Hinman Mitchell. 3-point shot on the way. Kramer gets a long rebound. She'll take that jumper, too strong. Comes down to Gober and then Pele out of bounds. I want to say by either Ball or Schultz, and it will be Dragon Ball. And I mean no offense to the late, great Pele. Elkamil's fouled out in the open floor by Cadence Ball. That's her third. So now Hertrick to inbound from right below us. She'll get it into Reed off the glass and good. Odessa Reed really coming alive in this third quarter. She's got 8 points in the quarter, 11 points on the night. Robertson with it, having it stripped away. Somehow Parsons Schultz comes away with it for the Vikings. Back out to Robertson, elevates, shot on the way, no good. Rebound Hertrick. And Sophia looking to push ahead, too high for Elkamil, and out of bounds. I'll give it right back to Parsons. She just waited a little too long to throw that pass. And Elkamil didn't have enough room to chase it down or do anything with it once she caught it. Kramer with it for Parsons, back to Robertson. Schultz, who almost got away with a walk there. Shot to Robertson, blocked by English. Pass ahead to Elkamil, and Kendall just can't track it in. There was not enough air on that pass. It was super low and ended up dribbling across the floor, and Elkamil could not bring it in. And that will turn it back over to Parsons. And these outlet passes sometimes in transition for the Dragons are pretty suspect. And that was not the greatest. Kramer with it. Robertson. Schultz will push it up the floor for Parsons. Jorge flashing in front of her. Stops that pass, but she'll get it over to Kramer. Now Robertson back out to Schultz. She'll pull the trigger on a three, way too strong. Hertrick gets the rebound. Now the Dragons need a good offensive possession here. Jorge for three, no good. Rebound, Cadence Ball. Timeout, Parsons. Coach Eric Lyons wants to talk it over with his team. It's a full timeout. We'll take it as well. 3:54 to play, third quarter. Dragons leading at 34-15. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be back. You're watching Dragon Basketball.
At Girard Medical Center, our physical and occupational therapy department is dedicated to helping you bounce back stronger. Whether you're recovering from an injury, surgery, or just want to move better every day. From student athletes to seniors, we provide personalized care and expert support right here at home. To learn more about our therapy department and our other services, visit GirardMedicalCenter.com, a proud supporter of the Girard Trojans and your hometown team for health and healing. Rooted in rural, focused on you.
Our whole vision of becoming the four-state agency was because we want to be able to grow with our clients, whether they have a lake house in Oklahoma, whether they're starting a business and expanding into Arkansas. We want to make sure that they're taken care of, whether it's home, auto, financial services, or even life insurance. We want to walk through the stages of life with our clients. That's the biggest part. That's what makes us different.
Welcome back to Pittsburg High. 3:54 to play, third quarter. Dragons leading it by 19 over the Parsons Vikings. What was, I think, an 8-point lead at the half. The Dragons have built on that here in this third quarter, largely due to the defensive and offensive presence of Odessa Reed under the bucket. They forced a gooble of turnovers as well. Oodles and oodles of turnovers. Jorge with it after the inbound. Now Mantooth, nice entry pass to get it down to Reed. Turnaround in the lane, and Odessa Reed has 10 points in this third quarter alone. Pass tipped out of bounds, intended for Kramer. It's going to stay with Parsons. As I think that was Jorge, or excuse me, Odessa Reed, who got her hand in there to break that one up. Deanna Robertson to inbound. Looking, gets it into Stonenberger. That one's tipped out of bounds, but it'll stay with Parsons. Robertson gets it into Stonenberger, dribbling towards the corner. Her pass again deflected right back to her. She's working on Reed. Falls down. She's going to be whistled for a travel, and it will be Dragon basketball. Somebody's got to inbound it. There we go. Anna Jorge will inbound it. English will give it back to her. Whoa. And they get it on the across half court. Back out to Mantooth. She'll pull the trigger on a high arcing three. No good off the iron. Robertson with the rebound for Parsons. She'll push it up the floor. Pass deflected. Ends up in the hands of Ava Durkin, who just checked into the game. And it's out of bounds. It'll be Dragon ball. Another turnover by the Vikings. Ball checks back into the game, replacing Brian Kramer. Dragons with it on the offensive end. Reed trying to get it to English, but just threw it right into the hands of Robertson. She heads down the lane. They're going to whistle a blocking foul against Jorge. Had good position, but I guess must not have been set. And that'll send Robertson to the line to shoot a pair. That's 4 on Jorge. Foul trouble for her tonight. And Robertson at the line. She's 1 of 2 from the stripe. She hit that one. Natalie Gober checks back into the game. Jorge will sit. Second shot rattles in for Robertson. She's got 11. The lone Viking in double figures. Far side to Hertrick. Back up top to Mantooth. Back over to Hertrick. Dangerous pass. Hertrick fielded it. Gets it down low to English. Extra pass to Reed. A good look between the two bigs for Pittsburgh. Good interior passing, and Reed with the easy 2. She's got 12 points in the third quarter. Pass deflected. There's a tie up. It's going to be a held ball. And it'll stay with Parsons. Robertson will inbound. Nope. Hinman Mitchell will inbound. Clock's ticking. She gets it into Caden's ball. Her pass deflected by Hertrick. Sophia comes away with it. On the run, off the glass and good. Sorry about that. Trust me. She got it in transition, did Hertrick. Parsons with it now on the offensive end. That's the first bucket of the game for Sophia Hertrick. Lexi Jones gives it up to Robertson. She'll put it on the floor, working against Gober. Spinning into the lane, elevates for a little 15-footer, way off the mark. Rebound, Reed. Dragons with it On the offensive end now, English near side to Hertrick, took her eye off it for a second, and the Dragons turned it over. Angie Miller back into the game. Adelie Gober will sit. Robertson gets it into Hinman Mitchell. Now Hinman Mitchell in the corner working against Mantooth. Up top to Ball. Jones back to Hinman Mitchell, and it's ripped away by Mantooth. They're going to call held ball, and it'll go to Pittsburg. Good defense that time by Bradley Mantooth, ripping that one away from Hinman Mitchell. Dragons get it back, 30 seconds left to play, third quarter. Leading it by 23. Mantooth ahead to English. Into the corner to Hertrick. Three-pointer on the way, off the iron, no good. And a tie-up again, and this one's going to go to Parsons. $15.8. Hinman Mitchell trots it up the floor. Into the corner to Ball. Into the corner to Ava Durkin. And that's going to do it for the third quarter. Dragons lead it by 23. We'll step away for a quick break, and we'll be back with fourth quarter action. You're watching Dragon Basketball on Pittsburgh Sports Live.
At Girard Medical Center, our physical and occupational therapy department is dedicated to helping you bounce back stronger. Whether you're recovering from an injury, surgery, or just want to move better every day. From student athletes to seniors, we provide personalized care and expert support right here at home. To learn more about our therapy department and our other services, visit GirardMedicalCenter.com, a proud supporter of the Girard Trojans and your hometown team for health and healing. Rooted in rural, focused on you.
Having the right financial partner can make all the difference. Community National Bank and Trust believes banking should do more than just hold your money. We support your goals, simplify your day-to-day, and give you room to grow with quality banking services. Withdraw, transfer, invest, apply for loans, and talk with our banking professionals online, over the phone, or in person. Let Community National Bank and Trust help you build a banking experience that works for you. Community National Bank and Trust, equal housing lender and member FDIC.
It'll be Dragon Ball to start the fourth quarter. Miller checked into the game during the break. She's handling it right now. Gives it up to Bradley Mantooth right in front of Coach Gegg and the Dragon bench. Down to Reed. She's double teamed. They're going to whistle a foul against Parsons, just reaching in on Odessa Reed. They got it on Hinman Mitchell. That's her third. First team foul on the Vikings. Dragons get it into Reed, but can't handle the pass. It comes away to Parsons. Into the corner now. Robertson walked with it. I think Reed jumped in the passing lane and disrupted the timing of that pass, and she took a little stutter step and Dragon ball. Miller handling for the Dragons, gets it to English off that glass. And I think that might be McKenzie's first points of the second half. Parsons with it now on the offensive end. Robertson's going to give it up to Hinman Mitchell. No, she had a three in the third quarter. That pass thrown away. It's going to be Dragon ball. Nobody touched it. English tried to touch it. It was just too low for her. Kylie Serrano getting into the roster now as Serrano checks into the game, and English will sit. McKenzie with 15 tonight for the Dragons. May not see her again tonight. Miller shook Caden's ball. Gober's long three-pointer no good, out of bounds to Parsons. Kramer gets it into Hinman Mitchell. Now back to Kramer offensively for the Vikings off the leg of Hinman Mitchell. Ahead to Gober. Adderley going to slow it down. Dragons didn't have the numbers. Mantooth open for three. No good. Rebound rattles around, and Schultz comes away with it for Parsons. Now she's going to be trapped on the far side. Her pass picked off by Odessa Reed. And she'll give it to Gober, and Adderley will get it up the floor. Miller for three. Angie drills it. 5 points for Angie Miller. And a timeout. Parsons, it's a full timeout. 6:08 to play. Dragons lead it 45-17. We'll step away for a break and we'll be back. You're watching Dragon Basketball on Pittsburgh Sports Live.
Our whole vision of becoming the four-state agency was because we want to be able to grow with our clients, whether they have a lake house in Oklahoma, whether they're starting a business and expanding into Arkansas. We want to make sure that they're taken care of, whether it's home, auto, financial services, or even life insurance. We want to walk through the stages of life with our clients. That's the biggest part. That's what makes us different.
Chicken Annie's of Girard is something to crow about. Their family-style restaurant continues a Southeast Kansas tradition with their specialty fried chicken, plus famous homemade onion rings, chicken and noodles, and so much more. And of course, their delicious homemade pies. Dine in or carry out available. Chicken Annie's of Girard has the best value, flavor, and service in the area. Stop in soon or call for catering. 620-724-4090.
Welcome back to Pittsburgh High. 6 minutes left to play. Dragons way out in front of the Parsons Vikings. Hinman Mitchell with it, swings it around to Schultz on the offensive end. Kramer. Now Lexi Jones with it, back out to Hinman Mitchell. Work it around, Kramer, Schultz, thought about a three, pulls it down. She's trapped in the half court, able to rip it away from Miller. And that's a shot clock violation. Good defensive stand that time by the Dragons as Parsons really didn't have anywhere to go with it. And Pittsburgh will have it after the turnover. Mantooth with it on the near side, up top to Adderley Gober, swinging around the horn. Lainey Trissler into the game for the first time tonight. Miller back to Trissler. Gober with it now, guarded by Kramer. Adderley going to drive, trying to get it to Serrano, right through her hands, but Trissler right there for it. For three, and Trissler drains it. That might be Laney's first varsity bucket this season. I'm not too certain, but that's a big three-point shot. Jones with it. She's going to kick it. Shot on the way from Schultz for three is good, and Parsons answers right back. 5 points for Schultz. Trissler has it poked away from behind at the free throw line. They're going to get Hinman Mitchell over her back. That's her fourth. I thought they said first. I was like, we got her with four. Wouldn't be the first time my stats have been that far off. Miller gets it into Mantooth, back out to Trissler, going to drive, picks up her dribble at the free throw line, back out to Mantooth now on that left wing. Briley's going to drive to the elbow, Kicks back out to Trissler. Dribbles to the opposite elbow. Now gives it up to Miller. Little shovel pass out to Gober. 17 seconds on the shot clock for the Dragons. Gober at the elbow, needs help, throws it away. Ball comes away with it for Parsons. Just not a lot of movement away from the ball for the Dragons that time, but you got a lot of young players in the game right now. Mantooth comes up with the rebound off the miss. Pittsburgh with it back, 3:23 and counting to play. Grover's going to put it on the floor into the lane. Nice dish to find Serrano, who missed the layup again. And those shots within a foot of the bucket have been giving the Dragons trouble tonight as a team. Gober with it, working against Kramer. Into the lane, Adderley's fouled, and we'll head to the line. They got this foul on Robertson. I think that's her third, and it is. Gober steps to the line and misses the first. She was 2 for 2 from the stripe, and that's why I didn't mention it. She's got 6 points tonight, trying to make it 7 right here. And she does. Down on the offensive end for Parsons. Jones gets it down low to Kramer. Working down low, and she's going to be fouled. I think they're going to get Serrano with this one, and they do. That's her first. First team foul on the Dragons in this fourth quarter, and they've gone to a running clock here, so it does not stop for the free throws. We're under 2 minutes to play, so this one's going to wrap up pretty quick. So Kramer hits the first. Kramer hits the second. Ooh, getting some new substitutions in for Pittsburgh. That's going to bring in Alexis Chronister. I think this might be her first varsity action on the season. Dragons with it now on the offensive end, excuse me. Chronister gets it on the baseline and walked with it. Clock continues to run. We're under 50 seconds now, as you can see there at the bottom of your screen. Jones mishandles the pass. She's going to get it back. Guarded by Gober. Over to Kramer, going to hoist a three off the mark. Battled for the rebound, comes down to Mantooth. She'll give it up to Serrano, and now Gober will handle it up the floor for the Dragons. Shot on the way for Trissler, no good. Rebound Serrano. Her putback deflected. Now Parsons with it. They're going to push, and Kramer has it poked away out of bounds. It'll stay with the Vikings. And I think that could be the last play of the game. And that's going to do it. Dragon Girls win it 49-22. Dragon Girls improved to 12-8 on the season, 6-3. Parsons falls to 5-13, 2-7 in SEK League play. So the Dragon Girls with a big win. We'll step away for a quick break. We come back, we get your scoring totals and start looking forward to the nightcap, the boys matchup between the Dragons and the Vikings. You're watching Dragon Basketball on Pittsburgh Sports Live.
Every tax season, a villain rises.
Keep those numbers messy. I thrive on confusion.
But when overpayment strikes, a hero answers the call.
You can't save them all, Captain.
Watch me.
Prime Accounting, fighting for your deductions, protecting your refund. Don't let Tax Luther take your refund. Join Team Prime today. Power to the people who fight.
To find a location near you, go to primeaccounting.net.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the Four-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
Selling equipment can be a hassle. Whether you're needing to replace an old tractor or you're finally getting to retire, the time and energy needed to clean, prep, promote, and sell seems daunting. That's why you need Tyler Jackman and Big Iron Auctions. From one piece to the whole farm, Big Iron Auctions can deliver your items to more than 750,000 registered bidders. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115 or learn more at BigIronAuctions.com. From the phone call to the service call, Roto-Rooter is there with fast and reliable sewer and drain service. From repair and replacement to septic and grease trap pumping, Roto-Rooter is here for you. With video inspections, Roto-Rooter can identify the exact issue to get the repair done quickly and correctly. Complete sewer line repairs or replacements, Roto-Rooter has you covered. Serving Crawford, Bourbon, and Cherokee counties, Roto-Rooter, 620-231-5630.
Nothing says luxury like a Lincoln. Take advantage of 0% financing for 66 months right now on the all-new Lincoln Navigator. Come see us today at Mike Carpino Family of Ford Lincoln Dealerships, Columbus, Parsons, Pittsburg.
Welcome back to Pittsburg High School. Dragon girls defeat Parsons by the score of 49-22. Dragon girls improved to 12-8 on the season, 6-3 in the SEK League play. Parsons girls fall to 5-13, 2-7 in league play. Of course, Dragon girls and boys back in action on Tuesday night, hosting the Chanute Blue Comets. Dragons got a sweep on the road in Chanute earlier this season, and hoping to keep that going here tonight. Dragon boys looking for their first home win of the year against this Parsons squad, and the Dragons over on this home floor for the season, and part of that is dropping a 1-point overtime heartbreaker to Coffeyville a week ago today. And they shook that off with a 1-point win on the road at Independence, and a game that, man, it was rough for the Dragons. Didn't look like they were going to be able to pull it out down the stretch, but somehow managed to do so. And they got out of Independence with a steal. Get the win there and hoping to keep it going, make it 2 in a row here tonight against the Parsons Vikings. Okay, so let's take a look at some of those scoring totals from the girls' game. First, for Parsons, they're led in scoring by Ayanna Robertson. She finished with 11. Heidi Schultz had 5. Braylon Hinman-Mitchell with 4. And Bryna Kramer with 2 to round out the scoring for the Vikings. For the Dragons, they're led in scoring by a duo, Mackenzie English and Odessa Reed with 15 points each. Natalie Gober had 7. Angie Miller with 5. Lainey Trissler added a 3. And Sophia Hertrick and Anna Jorge finished with a bucket each, lower than their season average, but the Dragons come away with a lopsided win over the Vikings. Okay, so we'll step away with a quick break. We'll come back, get into the pregame sequence. We're about 10 minutes away from tip-off in the boys' game, the nightcap between the Dragons and the Vikings. You're watching Dragon Basketball on Pittsburgh Sports Live.
It's The Rush. Every touchdown, basket, goal, or lap is filled with excitement. It's why we love the game. It's why we play the game. It's also why we bet on the game. The Rush is why we need a plan. A plan to bet responsibly and not lose more than we can afford. Problem sports gambling can ruin the love we have for sports. So know when enough is enough. Know when the game is playing you. Contact 1-800-GAMBLER for help today.
Having the right financial partner can make all the difference. Community National Bank and Trust believes banking should do more than just hold your money. We support your goals, simplify your day-to-day, and give you room to grow with quality banking services. Withdraw, transfer, invest, apply for loans, and talk with our banking professionals online, over the phone, or in person. Let Community National Bank and Trust help you build a banking experience that works for you. Community National Bank and Trust, equal housing lender and member FDIC.
Chicken Annie's of Girard is something to crow about. Their family-style restaurant continues a Southeast Kansas tradition with their specialty, fried chicken, plus famous homemade onion rings, chicken and noodles, and so much more. And of course, their delicious homemade pies. Dine in or carry out available. Chicken Annie's of Girard has the best value, flavor, and service in the area. Stop in soon or call for catering. 620-724-4090.
You've heard go big or go home. At Big Iron Auctions, you can go big from home. With thousands of pieces of equipment, active auctions, bidding at your convenience, and an easy-to-use site, BigIronAuctions.com can help you grow big. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115 to see how Big Iron Auctions can help grow your operation. Bid now, list now at BigIronAuctions.com.
Welcome back to Pittsburgh High School. About 7.5 minutes away from tip-off between the boys for Parsons and the Pittsburgh Purple Dragons. Dragons coming in tonight's game 7-10, 4-4 in league play. But the big elephant in the room is that the Dragons are 0-8 at home this season. So still looking for their first home win. And tonight could be the night against a Parsons team that struggled mightily all season long. They're 2-16 overall, 0-8 in league play, but they are coming off a 73-60 win at Humboldt, which is a pretty good 3A team out of Neosho County. For those of you not familiar, Parsons started off the year losing their first 10 games and have lost 6 of 8 since then. The Dragons really wanted to pick up a win here in front of their home fans, if anything, just to prove that it's possible. And tonight could be the night for these young men. We'll step away for a quick break. We'll come back, get you your starting lineups, your keys to the game as we get closer to tip-off between the Dragons and the Vikings. You're watching Dragon Basketball on Pittsburgh Sports Live.
At GN Bank, we're your neighbor. We see you at the store. We cheer with you at the local football games, serving you with the same friendly faces you have come to know and trust. GN Bank, the best place to bank and borrow.
At Girard Medical Center, our physical and occupational therapy department is dedicated to helping you bounce back stronger. Whether you're recovering from an injury, surgery, or just want to move better every day. From student athletes to seniors, we provide personalized care and expert support right here at home. To learn more about our therapy department and our other services, visit GirardMedicalCenter.com, a proud supporter of the Girard Trojans and your hometown team for health and healing. Rooted in rural, focused on you.
When it comes to having your labs drawn, you have a choice of where to go. For 30 years, MagLab has focused on providing quality lab work that is accurate and timely. MagLab's walk-in service typically gets you in and out in under 5 minutes with same-day results. Locally owned and operated, MagLab takes most insurances, including Medicaid, and has historically had the lowest out-of-pocket prices. So when it comes to having labs drawn, don't be told where to go. Choose for yourself. Choose MagLab.
Hold on. It's monstrous.
With Crawcan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
Welcome back to Pittsburg High, getting set for tonight's SEK League matchup between the Parsons Vikings and the Pittsburgh Purple Dragons. Dragon boys coming into tonight's game 7-10, 4-4 in league play. Parsons 2-16, 0-8 in the SEK League. These teams met back in early January. The Dragons won that one by 29, 66-37 over Parsons. Parsons coming off of a 13-point win at Humboldt on, Tuesday night. Dragons' last two games have been decided by a total of 2 points. They lost a 1-point overtime decision last Friday night against Coffeyville and then won a 1-point game on the road at Independence on Tuesday night. And so they're hoping for maybe a little bit more of a cushion if they can win this one here tonight. Also, the Dragons looking for their first home win of the season. They're 0 for the season here in Pittsburgh. It's really weird that a team would have over 500 record on the road and a winless record at home, but that's where we are right now with the Dragons 6-2 on the road and I think 0-8 at home. Yeah, 0-8 home record for Pittsburgh. And so really wanted to take care of that tonight against a tough Parsons team. Let's go ahead and take a look at our starting lineups. First for Parsons, they're going to start number 1, 6'2" junior Andrew Hauk. Number 2, 6-foot senior Deshaun Pleasant. Number 3, 5'8" sophomore Andre Ford. Number 5, 6'4" senior Connor Largent. And number 23, 6'1" senior Jason Shaw. Dragons going to have their normal starting lineup of senior Danny Durden, senior Caden Navaratnam, junior Jamarcus Davis, senior Malachi Meadows, and junior Landon Jesse. We had a national anthem before the girls' game. they're going to go ahead and do it again here before the boys' game. So to honor the United States, I'm going to shut my mouth. It was quite the duet the first time. You're in for a treat.
Please rise. Remove your caps and face your attention to the west side of the gymnasium and the flag of our United States of America. As PHS Encore members Waverly Gossard and Julia Perez lead us in our national anthem.
How about that? That high note on the free, man. That was if my voice ever does that, it's going to result in a trip to the hospital for something. Getting ready to announce the starting lineups here on the floor. We've already done that for you. Dragons back in action Tuesday when we host the Blue Comets from Chanute. The Dragons swept the Blue Comets on the road earlier this season. And then Friday night, back on the road, up to Bourbon County to take on the Fort Scott Tigers. Dragons got a split with them earlier this year. The girls won, boys lost. Tough matchup coming up in Fort Scott, always a tough environment to go and play. We'll have that for you here on Pittsburgh Sports Live, of course. Again, if you weren't listening earlier, if you're just tuning in, the Dragons' last two games, they won by a grand total of 2 points, or have been decided, by a grand total of 2 points. Dropped a 1-point overtime loss last Friday night against Coffeyville, a heartbreaker, and then bounced right back on Tuesday night on the road at Independence. Dragons won a 54-53 decision against the Bulldogs, picked up a big league win at Independence, and then snuck out of town after that one. They're going to have to defend their home floor tonight against these Parsons Vikings, and it's something that the Dragons have yet to do this season. 0-8 at home. I hate to keep raising that specter, but just how it is. Durden set to tip it off. against Deshaun Pleasant. Dragons control it. Davis with it. We're underway. Navaratnam into the corner to Meadows, driving across the lane, kicks it outside. Davis for three, rattles it in. Dragons out to an early lead. Jaeger Quinn with it. He'll give it up to Jason Shaw. Back out to Quinn. Puts it on the floor into the lane. Cut off. Nice look to find Connor Largent for a bucket. Cuts the lead to one. Dragons quickly on the offensive end. Navaratnam with it on the give from Jesse. Gets it back. Baseline to Durden. Loses the dribble. Gets it back. Saves it. Tries to save it to Davis. Not the greatest pass, but Dragons turn it over. And that's something they cannot do tonight. And we see it early. Into the corner. This is Hook with it. Out. And it's out of bounds off of the Dragons. And we'll stay with Parsons. Shaw to inbound from the baseline. Shaw gets it in over the top to Largent. There's a whistle on the far side. The official's going to talk something over. The shot clock was running. I'm not really sure what this is about. Maybe dinner reservations? I don't know. We'll see. Shot inbound from in front of the Dragon bench. Gets it into Largent in the corner. Back to Shaw, looking down low. But he's trapped. Has to give it back up to Largent. Over to Jaeger Quinn. And he hits a three. Just like that. Parsons out in front. Oh, they could call that yeah, they call it a three. Battle for the rebound. And Largent's going to come away with it. Gives it up to Shaw, going to work down the lane into Meadows. Now he's going to kick it back out over the top. Quinn has to chase it down near half court. Puts it on the floor, crosses over in front of Davis. Cut off. Gives it back to Shaw, up top. Waiting for a screen from Largent, gets it. Steps into a three, and it's good. Dragons cannot drop off of them on the perimeter because these bigs for Parsons really just want to shoot threes. We saw that last time played this team. Durden gives it up to Navaratnam, out to Davis. Dragons just a little out of sync offensively. Davis's reverse layup, no good. Durden tracks down the rebound. His pass deflected, and it's going to come away to Shaw. And if you're going to make a long-distance pass, it should be above chest level. Quinn working against Navaratnam, shakes him, but will work it around the horn. Ends up in the hands of Shaw, driving baseline, and they're going to whistle a foul against Davis. Reaching, grabbing, whatever on Shaw as he was driving. Hauk will sit. And Pleasant will sit. We'll get Kai Gregory into the game along with Braden Largent. Shot no good. Rebound comes down to Durden. Into the corner to Meadows. Back up top to Navaratnam. He'll step into a three. In and out. Rebound comes down to Connor Largent. And Shaw handles it up the floor. Trying to work around Meadows, gets it back to Largent. And there's a foul called against the Dragons. And they're going to get a foul against Malachi Meadows. That's his first. Some subs in the game. Wyatt Thomas and Zay Miller in. Meadows and Jesse will sit for the Dragons. Get it in over the top to Largent. Now Shaw with it. looking for help. Miller slaps it away from him. Zane comes away with it, loses it right into the hands of Kai Gregory. Now it'll end up with Quinn down the lane, elevates, shot on the way, no good. Rebound Durden, and they're going to whistle the foul against Quinn, I believe. Yep. I'm sorry, that's Andre Ford. I don't know how I got that wrong in my book here. Dragons with it offensively, long rebound, and Thomas and Durden fight over it and end up committing the travel because nobody talks to anybody. And that'll turn it back over to Parsons. Vikings leading it 8-3. And the Dragons just look like such a different team when they're at home versus when they're on the road, and there's no real explanation for it. They were blowing Parsons out by this point back in January in Parsons, and they just look discombobulated here at home. Cross-court pass to Shaw, driving baseline on Davis. Luckily, Jamarcus didn't get a foul there, but Shaw gets the shot to fall. 5 points for Jason Shaw. And the Dragons trailing by 7. And Thomas fouled from behind. I don't know who they're going to whistle that on. It could have been against 3 different people. Called that one on number 13. That is Marion Morton. All these numbers have changed apparently for Parsons in the last month, as Thomas hits his first. And hits the second. The lead down to 5 for Parsons. Ford handles it up the floor. Working against Thomas. Drives to the elbow. Dribbling around. Now he's going to go baseline. Cut off by Jesse. Kicks out. Shot on the way. No good. Rebound Davis. And Thomas missed a layup within a foot of the bucket. And it'll be Parsons' ball. Man, what a different team at home. Shot on the way for the Vikings. No good. Rebound Zane Miller. Davis with it now. Looking to push. Back to Miller. Back to Davis in the corner. Jamarcus has it poked away by Ford. And it'll stay with the Dragons. 24 seconds on the shot clock. Pittsburgh trailing it 10-5 with, oh no, with 2:53 left to play in this first quarter. Davis takes the 3 off the back iron, no good. Rebound comes down to Hoke for Parsons. And now here they come, looking to build on this 5-point lead into the corner. Pleasant kicks it back out to Morton, loses his dribble. Thomas on the floor with him. That pass broken up by Davis, but off his leg, out of bounds. It'll be Parsons' ball. Coach Brady Hoke really letting the officials know he wanted a foul call there and doesn't get it. Now we got a equipment shoe issue for Marion Morton. It's an official timeout. Looked like Morton's shoe like literally coming apart. Some sort of Velcro. No, it's okay. Just a Velcro strap or something. Normally Velcro straps are reserved for guys my age, but Morton's got one on there. The officials discussing some things. Now they're coming over the scores table to discuss something else. Parsons going to try and get a substitution here in this early stoppage. They're going to try and get Shaw back into the game. And they do. And Morton will sit. Shaw will get it on the inbound. Jesse behind him. Shaw picks up his dribble at the free throw line, cut off by Halen Moss, who just checked into the game. Hoke driving, shot on the way, no good. They're going to whistle a foul on Zane Miller reaching. Okay, we call the foul on Wyatt Thomas. It's his first. Well, you thought the first half of that girls' game was lackluster. This one's not great at all if you're a fan of the game of basketball, especially if you're a Dragon fan. Hoke hits the first and second one off the back iron. Battle for the rebound. Wyatt Thomas loses it out of bounds, and it'll stay with Parsons. Pittsburgh just looks really out of sorts early in this one. There's no real good explanation for it. Forward handling. Gets it over to Pleasant. Now Shaw with it. Back to Pleasant. Now forward again. Down the lane, jump stop, shot on the way, no good. Battle for the rebound. And Wyatt Thomas comes away with this one for the Dragons. 1:40 to play, first quarter. Dragons trailing it by 6. Jamarcus Davis down the lane, off the glass and good. 5 points for Davis. The lead down to 4. Shaw going to put it on the floor, baseline, elevates. 15-footer, no good. Rebound comes down to the Vikings. Davis trying to dribble out of traffic and gets it back. Now he will dribble out of traffic. Down the lane, gives it up to Zane Miller. Thought about a 10-footer, kicks it out to Landon Jesse, open for 3. Off the back iron. Rebound comes down to Deshaun Pleasant. And now Ford will handle it up the floor. Back to Pleasant. Loses his dribble. Miller gets it, then loses his dribble, then gets it. Gives it up to Wyatt Thomas. Timeout, Coach Moss. Just enough chaos for him to call a 30-second timeout. We'll stay right here. 57.3 to play first quarter. Dragons lead at 11-7, and it has been ugly in this first quarter. I don't know what else to say about it other than it's been ugly. You've seen it. You know. You don't need me to tell you. It'll be Dragon ball coming out of the timeout. They'll inbound from the far side. Jamarcus Davis with it on the inbound. Will give it up to Zane Miller on the right wing. Miller will put it on the floor. And we got a moving foul called against Halen Moss. And a moving screen, excuse me. It was barely a screen. And my guess is he was barely moving. But somebody's a stickler. As long as you're going to call moving fouls or moving screens all night, that's just fine. That's Halen's first. Shaw going to trot it up the floor for Parsons. They're obviously holding for last shot as Landon Jesse trying to put the pressure on Jason Shaw. His pass out to Ford. Drives baseline and gets the layup. 5 points for Ford. Right back the other way is Davis. He's got 7. Miller Goes all out for the interception, can't get it. And now Ford will walk it up the floor under 10 seconds. Over to Shaw, working baseline, loses his dribble, gets it back. Foul called against the Dragons on the floor. And it's going to go against Zane Miller. That's his first. And it's going to send Shaw to the line because it's the fifth with 1 second left. If you're a coach, that's Coach Moss doing a real good job of not being very upset about that. And it gives free throws to Shaw with 1 second left on the clock. He misses the first. Shaw has 5 points. Trying to make it 6 right here. And he does. Davis heaves it at the buzzer, well short. That's going to do it for the first quarter. The Dragons trail it by 5, 14-9 after 1. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back. You're watching Dragon Basketball on Pittsburgh Sports Live.
At GN Bank, we're your neighbor. We see you at the store. We cheer with you at the local football games, serving you with the same friendly faces you have come to know and trust. GN Bank, the best place to bank and borrow.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the Four-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
Welcome back to Pittsburgh High. After 1, the Dragons trailing the Parsons Vikings 14-9. And remember, this is a team that the Dragons beat by 29 back in January. But again, that didn't happen in this building, and they are such a different team in this gym than they are literally anywhere else in the universe. And they're struggling here tonight. Andrew Houck with it over to Ford. He'll raise up for a 3, short of the mark. Rebound tracked down by Malachi Meadows. Back to Caden Navaratnam off the glass. Good, and the foul, and Navaratnam will head to the line to try and complete a 3-point play. That's Caden's first bucket of the night. And it comes here in this second quarter. He didn't see a whole lot of time in that first quarter, but aggressive to the hole that time. We'll see if he can convert right here. Dragons need every point they can get. And he hits it. The lead is 2. Shaw handling it up the floor for Parsons. Working off a screen from Largent. Tipped away. It ends up with Davis. Ahead to Danny Durden. Into the lane goes Durden. Scoop layup. No good. Rebound comes down to Ford. Dragons didn't have numbers. And a lot of the guys didn't chase the play down the floor either. Pass down low to Largent. Stripped away. Davis comes away with it. Gives it up to Navaratnam, and Coach Moss pumps the brakes. Let's try and get everybody on the same end of the floor here. Navaratnam with it on the perimeter. They leave him all alone. He takes the 3 and hits it. 6 points in this third quarter, or in the second quarter, excuse me, for Caden Navaratnam. And the Dragons take a narrow 1-point lead. Shaw with it. Timeout. Coach Houck wants the timeout, finally gets it, a full timeout. We'll take it as well. 6:46 to play first half. Dragons on top by 1, 15-14. You're watching Dragon Basketball on Pittsburgh Sports Live.
From the phone call to the service call, Roto-Rooter is there with fast and reliable sewer and drain service. From repair and replacement to septic and grease trap pumping, Roto-Rooter is here for you. With video inspections, Roto-Rooter can identify the exact issue to get the repair done quickly and correctly. Complete sewer line repairs or replacements, Roto-Rooter has you covered. Serving Crawford, Bourbon, and Cherokee counties, Roto-Rooter, 620-231-5630.
Having the right financial partner can make all the difference. Community National Bank and Trust believes banking should do more than just hold your money. We support your goals, simplify your day-to-day, and give you room to grow with quality banking services. Withdraw, transfer, invest, apply for loans, and talk with our banking professionals online, over the phone, or in person. Let Community National Bank and Trust help you build a banking experience that works for you. Community National Bank and Trust, equal housing lender and member FDIC.
Welcome back to Pittsburg High School. 6:46 to play, first half. Dragons took the lead back on a big three-point bucket from Caden Navaratnam. They forced a couple turnovers the last couple times down the floor and finally came away with some points off of a turnover. Ford with it. Dragons going to trap him. And a foul going to be called on Danny Durden as he just got into the body of Andrew Hauk. Or I'm sorry, that wasn't Andrew Hauk. Yeah, it was. Never mind. That's Durden's first team foul on the Dragons in the second quarter. There's a moving screen. These guys are sticklers on that moving screen. You better watch out. At least they're calling it both ways. Kai Gregory whistled with that one. That's his first. That's going to bring in Cole Kennett. Learn your roster tonight. Dragons with the ball. Landon Jesse with it on the left wing. Back up top to Navaratnam. Back to Jesse into the corner to Durden. Cross court up top to Meadows. Back to Durden. Dribbling around now out to Davis. He's open for three. He'll take it. Off the back iron. No good. Rebound Durden. Dragons get some new life, reset the shot clock. Navaratnam over the top to Durden. That lob's got to be above the rim. And that's going to turn it over because Durden kind of hung from the rim a little bit. And if you're going to throw a lob, kids, it's got to go higher than the rim. Ford with it now. Over to Kennett, back to Ford. Now Hoke with it. Back to Ford, working against Meadows. 20 seconds on the shot clock for Parsons. They'll get it over to Shaw on the far side. Navaratnam picks him up, working off a screen. Free throw line, kicks it out to Hoke. Got away with a walk. Three-point shot is good. 4 points for Hoke. And the Dragons again lose an outside shooter. Meadows on the wing, gives it up to Davis, top of the key. Around into the corner to Navaratnam, pulls the trigger on a quick three, no good. Rebound comes down to Largent. And Hoke, I don't know, got jabbed in the face maybe? Did not see it. Wyatt Thomas into the game for Pittsburgh, replacing Navaratnam, who will sit. Ford down the lane, he'll kick out. Shaw open for three, off the mark. Long rebound comes down to Durden, who's going to work against Shaw up the floor. Danny into the corner to Davis, back up top to Jesse, around to Thomas for three, way off the mark. Rebound Durden, and he's fouled under the bucket. Whistle that one on Ford. That's his second. This is Durden's first trip to the stripe tonight. Pretty quiet night for Durden offensively. First one rattles in. Brings the Dragons within one. Corday Hayes into the game. Meadows will sit. Davis will sit. So Zane Miller into the game as well for the Dragons. Durden's second free throw, no good, which is about season average for this team. They're about 50% from the line. Shaw picked up by Hayes. Pokes it away. Shaw now going to put it on the floor. He'll kick it over, and they're just going to work it around the perimeter. This is Morton with it, working against Jesse. Back up top to Largent. Now Shaw with it again. Stolen away by Wyatt Thomas. Thomas off on the run. Off the glass. Can't get it to fall. And it's basket interference by the Dragons, and they cannot get a layup to save their lives in transition tonight. It is uncanny. And it's girls, boys, it's just anybody wearing purple and white tonight. Doesn't matter. Unbelievable. Trailing by one. Ford with it, picked up by Thomas. Gets it out to Pleasant, back out to Ford. Into the lane to Kennett. Shot no good, tipped around. Dragons come up with it. Fouled is Durden by Ford. That's his third. That's trouble for Parsons if Ford gets in foul trouble because he's their most dependable ball handler. So Wyatt Thomas will handle it offensively for the Dragons into the half court. Gets it to Zane Miller on the wing. They'll swing it around the horn to Hayes on the left side. Down low to Miller, nowhere to go with it, and he walked with it. Maybe Zane Miller, not the guy you want to feed in the post. And he got in there amongst the trees and had nowhere to go with it. Morton gonna throw it down the court to the Dragon cheerleaders, and that will turn it back over to Pittsburgh. Miller with it on the left wing, up top to Durden. Down the lane goes Durden, can't make the layup. Parsons wanted to charge, didn't get the call, but then again, Pittsburgh didn't get the layup. Morton shoving off of Thomas, picks up his dribble, step back jumper, no good. And there's a foul against Kennett. That's going to be Cole Kennett's first. And that'll send Danny Durden back to the line because that was a 15 foul against Parsons. Durden 1 for 2 from the stripe. Chance to tie it or take the lead here for the Dragons. First shot in and out for Durden. Landon Jesse, Malachi Meadows check back into the game along with Jamarcus Davis. Navaratnam, Thomas, and Hayes will sit. What do we call there? Lane violation? Yeah, it was a lane violation by Parsons, and that will give Durden a third free throw here as he missed. Kennett will sit. Kai Gregory back into the game along with Morton. I guess Morton just stepping up to the line. Durden 0 for that trip to the line. Gets the steal, though. The pass off the hands of Jesse, who tracks it down. Driving, lots of contact, no foul. Can't get the layup to fall again. Morton comes away with it. Hoke in the corner for three, no good. And Jesse with it, trying to get it ahead to Meadows, and the transition passing is just not good. Meadows had it, lost it. Now Parsons back with it. This looks like a rec league game, and Hoke hits the three. Jeez, what an exchange there. Bad. Davis driving, he's fouled. And he's going to head to the line, see if we can make some free throws as a team. Foul goes against Pleasant, and that's his first. Davis heads to the line to shoot two. This has been a nasty first half. Davis hits the first. He's got 8. Halen Moss checks into the game. Danny Durden will sit. Davis hits them both. He's got 9. Coach Hoke wants a timeout for Parsons. It's a 30-second timeout. We'll stay right here. 2:20 to play first half. Dragons trailing it by a bucket to a team they beat by 29 about a month ago. But again, that game was on the road, and this one's here where the Dragons are winless. Dragons break the huddle. 2:20 to play first half. Trailing by a bucket. Parsons ball coming out of the timeout. Shaw will handle it up the floor for Parsons. Dribbling across the floor. Gives it up to Pleasant. Now this is Hoke with it. Gives it, gets it. Trying to direct some traffic. Back to Shaw. Shaw had it stripped away. Miller off and running. There's a layup. All right. First bucket of the night for Zane Miller. Ties us at 20. Hoke with it on the far side, guarded by Davis. And the pass to no one in particular. Out ahead to Malachi Meadows. His layup is good. And the Dragons with 4 quick points in transition off 2 turnovers. And Pittsburgh up front on top by 2. Connor Largent. They managed to get it down low to Hoke, and he hits the layup. He's got 9 for Parsons. Tied at 22, a minute to play first half. Miller driving, fouled. Oh, they're going to whistle him for a travel. I guess if it was 1958, that was for sure a travel. But modern basketball, I don't think so. Morton will handle it up the floor for Parsons. That was a carry. I don't know if we're calling those. Largent, three-pointer on the way. No good off the back iron. Rebound, Moss. Gives it up to Davis. 40 seconds and counting on the clock. Over to Miller. He'll raise up for a 3 off the deadheads off the back iron. Rebound comes down to Morton. working against Davis. Cross court to Pleasant. Cross court to Hoke. Standing with his heels to the line. Now back up top to Morton. Into the corner. Poked away from Pleasant. Ahead to Davis. He's fouled. And Davis will head to the line to shoot a pair for the Dragons. I think that's Pleasant's second. Davis at the line with a chance to give the Dragons a lead. 4.4 seconds on the clock in this first half. One that has been, Davis misses the free throw. One to forget for the Dragons. Playing a team with just 2 wins, I think, on the season, and trailed for much of this first half. And just have not looked good. No other way to put it. Davis hits a second. Pittsburgh with a 1-point lead. And three-point bucket had a shot, but no good. That'll do it for the first half. At the half, Dragons lead it by 1, 23-22 over the Parsons Vikings. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be back. You're watching Dragon Basketball on Pittsburgh Sports Live.
At GN Bank, we're your neighbor. We see you at the store. We cheer with you at the local football games, serving you with the same friendly faces you have come to know and trust. GN Bank, the best place to bank and borrow.
Hold on. It's monstrous.
With Crawcan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
At Girard Medical Center, our physical and occupational therapy department is dedicated to helping you bounce back stronger. Whether you're recovering from an injury, surgery, or just want to move better every day. From student athletes to seniors, we provide personalized care and expert support right here at home. To learn more about our therapy department and our other services, visit GirardMedicalCenter.com, a proud supporter of the Girard Trojans and your hometown team for health and healing. Rooted in rural, focused on you.
From the phone call to the service call, Roto-Rooter is there with fast and reliable sewer and drain service. From repair and replacement to septic and grease trap pumping, Roto-Rooter is here for you. With video inspections, Roto-Rooter can identify the exact issue to get the repair done quickly and correctly. Complete sewer line repairs or replacements, Roto-Rooter has you covered. Serving Crawford, Bourbon, and Cherokee counties, Roto-Rooter, 620-231-5630.
When it comes to having your labs drawn, you have a choice of where to go. For 30 years, MagLab has focused on providing quality lab work that is accurate and timely. MagLab's walk-in service typically gets you in and out in under 5 minutes with same-day results. Locally owned and operated, MagLab takes most insurances, including Medicaid, and has historically had the lowest out-of-pocket prices. So when it comes to having labs drawn, don't be told where to go. Choose for yourself. Choose MagLab.
It's the rush. Every touchdown, basket, goal, or lap is filled with excitement. It's why we love the game. It's why we play the game. It's also why we bet on the game. The rush is why we need a plan to bet responsibly and not lose more than we can afford. Problem sports gambling can ruin the love we have for sports. So know when enough is enough. Know when the game is playing you. Contact 1-800-GAMBLER for help today.
Welcome back to Pittsburgh High. At the half, the Dragons leading the Parsons Vikings by the slimmest of margins, 23-22. This is the GN Bank Halftime Show, brought to you by GN Bank, where they've been providing customers with the highest quality financial services in a friendly and personal way for more than 100 years. Whether it's personal, business, or agricultural needs, trust the team at GN Bank. Find out more at gn-bank.com. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the scoring totals from the first half. Don't worry, this won't take long. First for the Parsons Vikings, they're led in scoring by Andrew Hoke. He's got 9. Jason Shaw with 6. Andre Ford with 5. And Connor Largent with a bucket to round out the scoring for Parsons. For the Dragons, they're led in scoring by Jamarcus Davis. He's got 10 points, lone scorer in double figures for either team tonight. Next up is Caden Navaratnam with 6. And then Malachi Meadows, Zane Miller, Wyatt Thomas each have a bucket. And Danny Durden has 1 point on 1 of 4 from the free throw line. And that's it for all the scoring for that first half. The Dragons lead it by 1, 23-22, as you see some young dancers entertaining the crowd here at the half. We'll step away for a quick break, and we'll be back. You're watching Dragon Basketball on Pittsburgh Sports Live.
Thanks to your support, Kanar Eye Care has expanded. With double the space, they offer more exam rooms, larger optical selection, and extended hours to fit your schedule. And with the latest technology, they can quickly diagnose any eye-related issues. All patients are welcome at Kanar Eye Care, the clear choice for your family's vision.
It's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Chicken Annie's Girard. When you're facing a chicken emergency, there's only one hero. Catering and carry out from Chicken Annie's Girard. When an onion ring craving is too much to bear, when the family's coming over and you weren't aware, it's Chicken Annie's Girard to the rescue. When there's 20, 30, 100 to feed, you need Chicken Annie's Girard indeed. A heroic value, superb flavor. When there's a chicken emergency, there's only one hero. Chicken Annie's Girard.
Having the right financial partner can make all the difference. Community National Bank and Trust believes banking should do more than just hold your money. We support your goals, simplify your day-to-day, and give you room to grow with quality banking services. Withdraw, transfer, invest, apply for loans, and talk with our banking professionals online, over the phone, or in person. Let Community National Bank and Trust help you build a banking experience that works for you. Community National Bank and Trust, equal housing lender and member FDIC.
Every tax season, a villain rises.
Keep those numbers messy. I thrive on confusion.
But when overpayment strikes, a hero answers the call.
You can't save them all, Captain.
Watch me.
Prime Accounting, fighting for your deductions, protecting your refund. Don't let Tax Luther take your refund. Join Team Prime today. Power to the people who file.
To find a location near you, go to primeaccounting.net.
I was raised in a small town, and there was a lot of people who took time to invest in me. And so when we decided to open up our offices, we want to make sure that we're pouring back into the community that's giving to us. We care. We want to be involved. We want to have a passion for what you have a passion for. We want to be able to give back. And that's the foundation. That's why we're more than just insurance.
Welcome back to Pittsburgh High at the half. The Dragons leading the Parsons Vikings 23-22. And we're continuing to be entertained by some young dancers. They had some technical difficulties. That slowed things down. But now we're back to the regularly scheduled choreographed mayhem here at halftime. Dragons will be back in action on Tuesday as we host the Chinook Blue Comets here in Pittsburgh. And then on the road Friday night, next Friday that is, at Fort Scott. All right, crowd pleaser. About 5 minutes away from the start of the second half. We'll step away for our final break of the halftime show. We'll be back. You're watching Dragon Basketball on Pittsburgh Sports Live.
Nothing says luxury like a Lincoln. Take advantage of 0% financing for 66 months right now on the all-new Lincoln Navigator. Come see us today at Mike Carpino Family of Ford Lincoln Dealerships, Columbus, Parsons, Pittsburgh.
Hold on. It's monstrous.
With Crawcan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
At GN Bank, we're your neighbor. We see you at the store. We cheer with you at the local football games, serving you with the same friendly faces you have come to know and trust. GN Bank, the best place to bank and borrow.
It's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Chicken Annie's Gerard. When you're facing a chicken emergency, there's only one hero. Catering and carry out from Chicken Annie's Gerard. When an onion ring craving is too much to bear, when the family's coming over and you weren't aware, it's Chicken Annie's Gerard to the rescue. When there's 20, 30, 100 to feed, you need Chicken Annie's Gerard indeed. A heroic value, superb flavor. When there's a chicken emergency, there's only one hero. Chicken Annie's Gerard.
When it comes to having your labs drawn, you have a choice of where to go. For 30 years, MagLab has focused on providing quality lab work that is accurate and timely. MagLab's walk-in service typically gets you in and out in under 5 minutes with same-day results. Locally owned and operated, MagLab takes most insurances, including Medicaid, and has historically had the lowest out-of-pocket prices. So when it comes to having labs drawn, don't be told where to go. Choose for yourself. Choose MagLab.
Every tax season a villain rises.
Keep those numbers messy. I thrive on confusion.
But when overpayment strikes, a hero answers the call.
You can't save them all, Captain.
Watch me.
Prime Accounting, fighting for your deductions, protecting your refund. Don't let Tax Luther take your refund. Join Team Prime today. Power to the people who file.
To find a location near you, go to primeaccounting.net.
Welcome back to Pittsburgh High at the half. Dragons leading the Parsons Vikings 23-22. And first time these teams met back in January, the Dragons won that game by 29. And not exactly on pace for that margin tonight. Dragons also scored, I believe, like 69 points in that game, and we are way off the mark to hit that total. 66 points. We're still off the mark to hit that total. But for all the frustrations of that first half, the Dragons have the lead by the slimmest of margins here at the break. And there's a lot of frustration, a lot of mistakes on Tuesday night in Independence, but nonetheless, Dragons won by this same 1 point margin. So this might just be the comfort zone, I don't know. But it's not a comfort zone for coaches, fans, and broadcasters, I'll tell you that for sure. But Dragons have been in lots of close games this year and have really been on the winning end of most of them. So hoping to keep that going here tonight. And again, I don't like to I don't want to stir up the poltergeist, but Dragons still looking for their first home win of the season. Pittsburgh 0-8 at home, which means they've got a pretty good record on the road because the team, as a team, is sitting at 7-10 on the year. 8 of those losses are at home. So they're 7-2 on the road and 0-8 at home. I keep talking about it because you never see that. And that's what we got this year with this Dragons team. It's I don't want to call it a curse, but I do think it's perhaps a poltergeist or some sort of free-floating specter. And I am still encouraging somebody to come exorcise the demons out of this gym for this boys team and get them back in the good graces of whoever, whatever is making wins so hard to come by here at home. I want to give a shout out to Caden Fish, freshman, running the camera for me tonight. Just pulled him out of the crowd. He was just trying to enjoy a basketball game, and I ruined that. And so he's been kind enough to point the camera back and forth for us so I can keep my unofficial stats and sit down because I'm old. So it's nice to sit down and saving the day. So if you're a teacher at Pittsburgh High, go ahead and, if he's at an 89%, go ahead and give him that A, or to, I wouldn't assume that he would have a 79%, but if he does, go ahead and give him that B because he's putting in some service tonight for the community, and that's got to be worth something, right? Got to take hats off to Pittsburgh High School pep band. They played Chicago. Backstreet Boys, everybody loves that. Little Britney Spears, now Nirvana. I mean, gosh, really showing their range here tonight. A very deliberate start to this second half as Parsons breaks the huddle, and it'll be Pittsburgh ball to start the second half. Dragons will be going left to right for this quarter. Davis hands off to Navaratnam. Jamarcus puts it on the floor, backing down, now gives it up to Durden on the post, back to Davis, now back to Durden, middle of the lane, and his shot is good. I don't know where my other, oh, there it went. And Shaw hits a three on the other end to tie us up at 25. So whenever the Dragons try to get some breathing room, Parsons right there with an answer. Davis fouled. Coach Hoke doesn't like the call, but it will send Davis to the line to shoot two. They call the foul on Pleasant. That's his third. And face palm time for Coach Hoke, but it'll send Davis to the line to shoot a pair. Jamarcus 3 for 4 from the line tonight. Make that 4-5. Second shot on the way from Davis, rattles out. He gets the rebound tipped from Jesse. Landon will take a three, in and out. Man, they don't get any closer than that. Oh man, Landon's had such a hard time shooting the ball in this building, and just like everybody else in purple and white. And that one practically went halfway down and came back out. Shaw trapped, and they're gonna whistle a foul against Miller. No, they whistle it against Landon Jesse. That's his first. Andrew Hoke to inbound from right in front of the Viking bench. Dragons lead it by 1. They led it by 1 at the half. Ford handling, guarded by Miller. Picks up his dribble, gives it up to Shaw. Shaw working to his right, stepping into the lane. Scoop layup, no good. Rebound, shot blocked by Jesse, but right back into the hands of Ford. And the Dragons can't come away with a loose ball. Now back to Shaw. It's going to be like a 4-minute possession for Parsons. That ball tipped around. Again, the Dragons can't come up with a loose ball. There's another loose ball, can't come up with it. And they finally tie up Ford, but it's going to stay with Parsons. Shaw will inbound from the baseline for the Vikings. .24 seconds on the shot clock, so plenty of time for Parsons there. They'll get it into Largent way up top. He'll hand it off to Shaw, raises up for a long 3, and drains it. Dragons might want to stay with him. That's the second three-point bucket of this third quarter, and Parsons up by a pair. And they're going to call a carry on Jamarcus Davis. Call that both ways because it has happened on both ends of the floor. I guess you got to call the Dragons for it first before you can call anybody else. Now Ford with it off of the turnover as he's trapped by Davis and Wyatt Thomas. Steps through, gets it back to Largent. Now back up top to Shaw. Durden comes out on him and he's whistled for a foul by an official with Coach Hoke right in his ear. They whistle that on Durden, not on Navaratnam. Over the top, Largent, blocked by Durden. Wyatt Thomas comes away with it for the Dragons. Into the corner to Davis, dribbling around, back out to Thomas, fake to 3, steps through, now needs help, gets it back out to Jamarcus. Davis down the lane, off the glass and good. 13 points for Jamarcus Davis. The Dragons tie it at 28. So much closer than it should be. Largent on the side to Ford, puts it on the floor, dribbles right past Durden, and gets it to fall. 7 points for Ford. Parsons back in front by a bucket. Thomas down the lane, kicks out to Davis, open for 3, and he drills it. Now can the Dragons get a stop on the other end? Timeout. Pittsburgh, 30-second timeout, will stay right here. Every time the Dragons have tried to pull away, Parsons has had an answer and kept it close. 5 minutes to play third quarter. Same margin we had at halftime, a 1-point lead for the Dragons, 31-30. Both teams have scored 8 points here this third quarter. Jason Shaw was 6 from beyond the arc for Parsons. And the Dragons have done a better job the last couple times down the floor to stay on him beyond the arc. But one of those threes was Steph Curry range from way back halfway to the logo. It'll be Parsons' ball after the timeout. Wyatt Thomas going to guard Ford up the floor. Now Kai Gregory with it, gives it up in the corner to Morton. Back out to Gregory, driving baseline on Jesse. Elevates, shot no good, rebound Durden, foul on Gregory. That's 2 on Gregory. Second team foul, both teams with 2 in this third quarter, or a little over, or nearing halfway through the period. Davis puts it on the floor, down the lane, fouled, and the bucket. They whistle that foul on Morton. I think that's his second. Davis trying to complete the three-point play. He's 4 of 6 from the line. Make that 4 of 7. Durden with the rebound and the putback. 5 points for Durden. Dragons by 5. Got to get a stop here, keep these guys at arm's reach. Shaw drives to the elbow, kicks back out. Morton with it, driving. And they're going to whistle a foul on the floor against the Dragons. Got Davis with that one. That's his second. Kennett checks back in for Parsons, replacing Largent. Hoke will check in too, replacing Ford. And for the Dragons, Hayes checks in, replacing Meadows, I believe. They get it into Gregory, and he gets the shot to fall. That's his first field goal of the game. Timeout Parsons, 30-second timeout. Dragons leading by 3, under 4 minutes to play third quarter. Been a game of little mini runs. Neither team's really been able to put together an actual run, but little spurts here and there, and it's been a one-possession game since, I don't know, midway through that second quarter. It'll be Pittsburgh ball coming out of this 30-second timeout. Dragons trying to add to a 3-point lead. I want to say congratulations to Pittsburgh senior Parker Pinamani. He was named to the Kansas Shrine Bowl. He'll represent the east half of the state at the Shrine Bowl. He also signed a letter to play for Pittsburgh State, so staying close to home. His dad, player at Pittsburgh State. And Durden turns it over. And Dragons just can't get any breathing room. They get a small lead and then can't take care of the basketball. Now they need a stop. Can they get it? They're going to whistle a foul against Caden Navaratnam, who bounced off a screen and then collided with Shaw. That's Caden's first. Fourth team foul on the Dragons. Durden and Navaratnam will sit. Thomas and Meadows back into the game for Pittsburgh. Throw it in over the top to Shaw. Meadows picks him up. Shaw got his stiff arm out there, and he'll give it up to Kennett, top of the key. Trying to get it down low to Gregory. It's out of bounds. Last touch by Gregory. It'll be Dragon ball. Thomas will handle it up the floor. Pittsburgh leading by 3. About 3 minutes to play third quarter. Meadows with it, gives it up to Hayes. Back to Davis, down low to Moss, but not a great pass. He had to give up position to track it down. Davis working, getting hand checked like crazy. Ball ends up with Hayes, back over near side to Thomas. Wyatt will drive, his wraparound pass to Moss. Ill-conceived, and it's turned over. Shaw handling it up the floor. He's going to pull up for another long three. And that's what he wants to do. Moss can't get the rebound, but he does get the block on Gregory. It comes away. Thomas picks it up for the Dragons, and he's going to slow it down wisely. Thomas looking to drive. He's fouled on the reach. And Jamarcus Davis has a big scratch on his arm, probably from where he was getting slapped at last time down the floor. He'll have to come off and get that dealt with. Caden Navaratnam and Landon Jesse checking into the game for the Dragons. Ford, Pleasant, and Largent check in for Parsons, replacing Morton, Gregory, and Hoke. 2:20 to play, third quarter. Dragons by 3, and it's been this margin for a minute. Whoa, whoa. What was that? Some weird buzzer went off for no reason. So we'll redo that inbound play from the baseline once we figure out what's going on. The shot clock reset. I'm not sure it was supposed to reset. Confusion abounds. We're good, apparently. Shot clock was supposed to reset. I don't know. I get it into Halen Moss. He's tied up. And if you're going to get Moss, you got to keep it up high where those guys can't grab at it. When it's down around your waist, you might as well be 4 foot tall. Shaw with it, working against Meadows. Pushes off from him. Reverse layup, no good. Rebound, Moss. Thomas with it. And a lot of that for Moss is where he gets the pass. Throw it high to a big man. There it is, chest level this time. Halen goes to work off the glass and good. First bucket of the night for Halen Moss. Dragon lead is 5. Can they build? Can they get a stop? Ford with it up top. Navarotnam and Thomas come out to guard him. Now they back off. They'll swing it over to Shaw. Working against Navarotnam. Pushes off, gets away with it. Over to Largent, and they're going to whistle Navarotnam with the foul as he collides with Largent. That's 2 on Caden. And that's the 5th foul for the team in this third quarter, and that's bad news for the Dragons. They just don't want to send this team to the free throw line when you're trying to build a lead against them. And Largent hits the first free throw, and that's why you don't want to put a team in the bonus. And in Kansas high school, it's weird. It just goes straight to the double bonus. It's not a one-on-one. He's going to shoot 2. Second shot, no good, but the rebound tracked down by Parsons. The Dragons having a heck of a time getting to any and every loose ball tonight. And Shaw hits the shot. Davis on the other end. Shaw once again elevates from the elbow, no good. Rebound Largent, his shot blocked by Moss. Can the Dragons get to a loose ball? Largent kind of stiff-armed Navarotnam off of that one. Davis comes away with it. He's fouled by Shaw, and Jamarcus will head to the free throw line. And that's a 15 foul on Parsons. And that's Shaw's first personal. Davis hits that free throw. Davis with 21 points already tonight for the Dragons, and it's a good thing because he hasn't gotten a lot of support from his team tonight. Moss will sit, Durden checks in. Thomas sits as well. Corday Hayes in. So Davis hits them both. 22 points for Jamarcus Davis, and the Dragons have needed every one of them. They lead by 6 here. That pass deflected. Durden comes away with it and then dribbles off his leg again. Second time we've seen Danny do that, and then picks up a silly foul on the wrong end of the floor. That's the third foul on Durden. And it's going to send Parsons to the free throw line, which is the absolute last thing you want to do. It'll send Pleasant to the free throw line. I think this is Pleasant's first trip. Yes, it is. This third quarter seems like it's been going for a day and a half. Pleasant misses the first. Landon Jesse checking back in. Corday Hayes will sit. Second shot off the mark. We got a foul against the Dragons? No? No. Amazing. Called that one on Morton. That's his third. Oh, I'm sorry, that's his fourth. Excuse me. That's why my stats are unofficial. But that'll send Landon Jesse to the line to shoot a pair. This is Jesse's first trip to the stripe tonight. He had a couple looks at some threes in the first quarter, missed them both, and then haven't heard from him since. Hits the first free throw. Shaw checks in. Morton will sit. Navaratnam and Miller sit for the Dragons. Meadows into the game along with, I think it was Hayes. Yeah. Jesse's second shot short of the mark. 1 of 2 from the free throw line. Hayes pokes that one away from Shaw. He gets it back because it's a loose ball. And then the Dragons are going to come in a foul. Last thing you want to do is commit a foul at half court and send a guy to the free throw line when you're leading by 7. Stops the clock with 35.8. Whistle that foul on Davis. That's his third. That's just not a good foul. And Shaw hits the first. Not a good foul. And Shaw hits them both, makes the Dragons pay. This way you don't foul somebody on the wrong side of the floor. And the lead is down to 5. Just when the Dragons look like they're going to get some breathing room, they blow their foot off. Now holding for the last shot. I don't know why the shot clock's on because the game clock is lower than the shot clock. It should be off at this point. 12 seconds and counting. Navaratnam with it, back to Davis. Now Durden with it, back to Davis, back to Navaratnam. Lob pass, wow. Hasn't been there all night. And Landon Jesse blocks the heave by Hoke, and that'll end the third quarter. Dragons lead it by 5, 42-37. We'll take a quick break and be back with fourth quarter action. You're watching Dragon Basketball on Pittsburgh Sports Live.
At Girard Medical Center, our physical and occupational therapy department is dedicated to helping you bounce back stronger. Whether you're recovering from an injury, surgery, or just want to move better every day. From student athletes to seniors, we provide personalized care and expert support right here at home. To learn more about our therapy department and our other services, visit GirardMedicalCenter.com, a proud supporter of the Girard Trojans and your hometown team for health and healing. Rooted in rural, focused on you.
Having the right financial partner can make all the difference. Community National Bank and Trust believes banking should do more than just hold your money. We support your goals, simplify your day-to-day, and give you room to grow with quality banking services. Withdraw, transfer, invest, apply for loans, and talk with our banking professionals online, over the phone, or in person. Let Community National Bank and Trust help you build a banking experience that works for you. Community National Bank and Trust, equal housing lender and member FDIC.
One quarter left to play. Dragons lead it by 5, 42-37 over the Parsons Vikings. But if you're Coach Oak and his Vikings squad, you're pretty happy with this because back in January, the Dragons blew the Vikings out by 29 points in Parsons. But, of course, that game was on the road. The Dragons struggling to find their first home win of the season. Meadows open for 3. He'll take it off the mark. Tipped around. Rebound comes down to Ford. Not sure that's a great shot for that possession, but it was an open three-point look for Meadows. Ford pushing off of Navaratnam, driving off the glass, no good. Tipped around, Durden comes away with it for the Dragons. He'll give it up to Davis. Now Meadows with it, back to Davis, around the horn, into the corner to Jesse. Working against Hoke, back to Meadows. Back out to Davis. Dragons need to be taking time off the clock on every possession, not settling for a quick shot. Davis into traffic, though. Forced that one up. The rebound comes down to Hoke. Ford works it across half court. Parsons has struggled to score points. So have the Dragons, though. Largent, cross court. Shot on the way from Shaw. The one guy you can't leave alone, and the Dragons leave him alone. And he hits another three-point bucket, his third of the second half. Might want to guard that guy on the three-point line. Landon Jesse misses the three. And here we come back the other way for Parsons, trailing by 2. Dragons can't get any breathing room. Almost stripped away from Ford. Navaratnam battling with him for it. They're going to have a held ball. It's going to stay with Parsons. So if you're the Dragons, you might want to find out where Jason Shaw is standing around on the three-point line and put somebody inside his jersey with him, because he's proven the ability to shoot it from well beyond the three-point line. If you're standing at the three-point line and he's back a ways, he's open. That one poked away. Jamarcus Davis comes away with a steal. Now he's trapped, needs some help, and it goes right back to Parsons into the hands of Kai Gregory. Off the glass and good. Are you kidding me? Dragons just stand there and watch DeMarcus Davis get trapped in the corner. Nobody comes to help. He turns the ball over, and Parsons gets an easy bucket. Gregory has 4 points, all of them in this second half. We're tied at 42, and Malachi Meadows threw it away to Largent on a way too long of a bounce pass that Largent watched him do it the entire way. Ford down the lane. Shot no good. Rebound Jesse. Long outlet pass ahead to Meadows. Off the glass and good. 4 points for Meadows. Dragons up by a bucket. Shaw double team. Good idea. Gives it up to Gregory. Puts it on the floor against Davis. Off the glass. No good. Rebound Durden. Woof. Every possession's like a nail biter at this point defensively for the Dragons. Jesse with it. Puts it on the floor. Now over to Navaratnam. Thought about a three. He'll step into one. Way off the mark. Tipped around. And they're going to whistle a foul on Durden. He didn't even touch anybody. What in the heck is that? Touch the ball. Meadows will sit. Wyatt Thomas back into the game for the Dragons. And Danny Durden, man, that's rough, bud. Around about 5 minutes to play. Dragons lead it by a pair. Morton, three-pointer on the way. Good. First bucket of the game for Morton. It comes in the fourth quarter, and it's a big three-point bucket to give Parsons the lead. Jesse, in and out. Oh, my gosh. Oh, it hurts. But it's stolen right back by Navaratnam to Durden, and he gets the bucket. Dragons call a timeout. Ugh, this rough, dude. But the Dragons lead it by 1, 4:34 to play in the game. It's just a 30-second timeout. Everybody, well, is it a full? I didn't see the indication. I guess we're staying here. Jason Shaw had 6 points at the half. He's got 19 points now. 9 points from beyond the arc in this second half. He's 2 for 2 from the free throw line. Throw in a field goal as well. And the Dragons just have not done a good job on him in this second half. And it's costed them right now. 3-point shots have kept Parsons in this game. That and just poor play, poor decisions at times by the Dragons. Shaw with it. Dragons showing a little soft full court pressure. Wyatt Thomas in there after that loose ball with Shaw. It's a held ball situation. It'll go over to the Dragons. Big turnover for Pittsburgh as they're going to try and add to this 1-point lead. Miller checks in. Caden Navaratnam will sit. Dragons have it, leading by 1, 4:20 to play. Thomas thought about a three. Now he'll back it out. Swings it over to Davis. Trying to force it down low. Why? Too many black jerseys in there to try and force that pass to Danny Durden. There's a 5-second call against Morton, and that'll give it back to the Dragons, fortunately. Pittsburgh continues to hold on to a 1-point lead. He's got to be smart with the basketball. Don't throw it into a triple team. Davis down the lane, open is Jesse for three, and he drills it. There it is. Big 3-point bucket for Landon Jesse. He's got 4 points. Dragon lead is 4. In the middle of the lane to Morton, and all alone, he just threw it up there. 5 points for Morton, all in this fourth quarter. Lead back down to 2. Thomas down the lane, good, and the foul. That foul was called on Morton. That's his 5th, which is good for the Dragons because he kind of has come alive in this fourth quarter. They'll send Kai Gregory back into the game. So the 5 on the floor for Parsons are Largent, Shaw, Ford, Gregory, and Hoke. Free throw's good for Thomas. 5 points for Wyatt Thomas. The Dragon lead is 5. Foul called against the Dragons. Going to go against Wyatt Thomas. That's his 2nd. And they are just all over Shaw when he catches it outside, and that's a real good idea. Miller comes out to meet him. Shaw picks up his dribble, gives it up to Largent. Now back to Hoke. He's going to look at a 3. Now back to Shaw with Durden in his face. And that one tipped out of bounds. They're going to say it was touched by Miller. I don't know, but it'll stay with Parsons. 3:05 to play. 22 on the shot clock for Parsons. Plenty of time. Back down low to Largent, working on Durden. And the rebound's going to come down to the Dragons. Good defense by Danny Durden not to commit the foul. Davis into Ford. That's 4 on Ford. Second team foul. Jesse will inbound. He'll throw it into the backcourt to Davis. Dragons take some time on this possession. It wouldn't be the worst idea. But Davis goes right to work. Down the lane, turning, twisting, shot goes. 23 for Davis. Dragons by 7. Shaw working against Miller. He's got a little bit of a height advantage on him, but Miller does a good job. Shaw crossing over, twisting into the lane. Throws one up off the front iron. Rebound Durden. Gives it up to Davis. Coach Moss calling in the play. Davis will just raise up for a 3. Off the mark. Rebound Thomas. Not a great possession that time for the Dragons. We want to take a little more time, maybe run a play. Forward with it. He carried the heck out of it, but timeout Parsons. It's full timeout. We'll take it as well. 1:56 to play. Pittsburgh leading it by 7. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back. You're watching Dragon Basketball on Pittsburgh Sports Live.
It's the rush. Every touchdown, basket, goal, or lap is filled with excitement. It's why we love the game. It's why we play the game. It's also why we bet on the game. The rush is why we need a plan to bet responsibly and not lose more than we can afford. Problem sports gambling can ruin the love we have for sports. So know when enough is enough. Know when the game is playing you. Contact 1-800-GAMBLER for help today.
When it comes to having your labs drawn, you have a choice of where to go. For 30 years, MagLab has focused on providing quality lab work that is accurate and timely. MagLab's walk-in service typically gets you in and out in under 5 minutes with same-day results. Locally owned and operated, MagLab takes most insurances, including Medicaid, and has historically had the lowest out-of-pocket prices. So when it comes to having labs drawn, don't be told where to go. Choose for yourself. Choose MagLab.
.156 to play. Dragons leading it by 7. Parsons ball coming out of the timeout. Hoke into the corner to Gregory. Down low to Largent, working on Durden. Up top to Shaw, working against Miller. Lost his dribble, but got it back. Back to Hoke, puts it on the floor. Kicks it over to Ford, way outside the three-point line. Ford's going to put it on the floor and be fouled. I think they're going to get Landon Jesse with this one, either him or Thomas. And it's going to go against Wyatt Thomas. I hope Wyatt Thomas properly reported all of his taxes this year because he doesn't get away with anything. Largent, better declare that income, young man. Off the foot of Durden, out of bounds. It'll stay with Parsons. 1:33 on the clock. Tick tock, tick tock. Shaw gets it into the corner to Hoke. Working against Jamarcus Davis. He'll give it up to Largent up top. Back to Shaw. Working off a screen. Deep three off the mark. And it touched the guide wire or whatever it is. Nope. Called a foul on Landon Jesse. You just decide you were going to do that? Anyway, it'll stay with Parsons. 4th team foul on the Dragons. They get it into Largent, and the 6th chance they get at it is good, and they convert on the bucket. So Marcus Davis with it now for the Dragons. The coach is telling him, hey, slow it down, man. Shaw finally fouls Davis. Coach Hoke wants a carry call. You got to be kidding me. Everybody on that Parsons team carries like they're hauling a loaf of bread, but the officials have done a good job of just kind of letting it go evenly on both ends of the floor tonight. Timeout Dragons. It's probably going to be a full, yep, we'll take it as well. 52.5 to play. Dragons leading it by 6. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back. You're watching Dragon Basketball on Pittsburgh Sports Live.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the 4-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
Hold on. It's monstrous.
With Crawcan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
Dragons with the ball coming out of the timeout. Davis with it. Shaw guarding him. Gets it down low to Jesse. Fouled, and he'll head to the free throw line. Would have been nice to convert that little bunny layup. Couldn't get it to fall. And he'll head to the line to shoot two. Stops the clock with 42.9 to play. First shot rattles in for Jesse. He's got 5. Corday Hayes in. Danny Durden will sit for the Dragons. Jesse hits them both. 6 points for Landon Jesse. Shaw quickly back the other way. Oh, they're going to whistle a foul on Corday Hayes. Looked pretty clean from here, but that's Hayes' first. But that does send Shaw to the line, so not the greatest foul if you're the Dragons. Stops the clock with 37.5 seconds. Would have been a lot better to let him just dribble around for a minute. Shaw hits the free throw. Pleasant checks in along with Durden. Shaw off the back iron, rebounded by Zane Miller. Gives it up to Jesse, who's fouled by Shaw. That's just 2 on Shaw. Oh, excuse me, it's his 3rd. That's why all my stats are unofficial. 33.1 left on the clock. Jesse will step to the line to shoot a pair. Hits the first. Corday Hayes back into the game. Durden will sit. Vikings call a full timeout. Let's drag this out as long as possible. We'll step away for a quick break and we'll be back. 33 seconds to play. Dragons by 7. Jesse at the free throw line to shoot his second free throw when we come back. You're watching Dragon Basketball on Pittsburgh Sports Live.
At GN Bank, we're your neighbor. We see you at the store. We cheer with you at the local football games, serving you with the same friendly faces you have come to know and trust. GN Bank, the best place to bank and borrow.
Second free throw off the mark for Jesse. Gregory with the rebound for Parsons. Quickly back down the other way. Hoke gets it down low to Largent. His shot blocked by Jesse, but he gets it right back and puts it in. what's going on here. Dragons set to inbound it. What? There's some confusion. Now they're allowing a substitution for the Dragons. Hayes sits. Durden into the game. Miller sits Navaratnam into the game. And there's a warning for a delay of game against the Dragons. I don't know what that does with 20 seconds left. Thomas gets it into Davis, who lost Shaw and then just outruns him down the floor. And then he's fouled by Shaw, and Davis will head to the line to shoot two. Well, they got it on Ford, and that's his fifth. That'll do it for Ford. That's going to bring Pleasant back into the game with 3 fouls. And a 3-player substitution is Meadows, Miller, and Durden come in. No, just 2? Okay, yeah. Navaratnam, Jesse, and Thomas will sit. Oof. Davis's first free throw just died on the back of the rim and fell through the bucket. You don't usually see that. I mean, it came straight down and wanted to sit on that plate at the back of the bucket. Second shot is good. Great game tonight for Jamarcus Davis. The Dragons will need every bit of it as they're leading by 7 here with 12 seconds left. That one tipped out of bounds by Zane Miller. And Andrew Hook will inbound for Parsons. Into the corner to Gregory, trying to get it down low to Largent. Back outside for Shaw. 3-point shot on the way. No good. Tipped around. Pleasant ends up with it. His putback no good. Rebound again. Ripped around. Dragons can't come up with a loose ball. And that's your game. Dragons win it 59-52 for their first home win of the season. The first victory for the Dragons in this building. And they'll take away the 59-52 win. We'll step away for a quick break, come back for the abbreviated post-game show, get you your scoring totals, and look forward to Tuesday night's game versus Chanute. Dragons get their first home win of the season, 59-52 over the Parsons Vikings. We'll step away for a quick break, and we'll be back. You're watching Dragon Basketball on Pittsburgh Sports Live.
Every tax season, a villain rises.
Keep those numbers messy. I thrive on confusion.
But when overpayment strikes, a hero answers the call.
You can't save them all, Captain.
Watch me.
Prime Accounting, fighting for your deductions, protecting your refund. Don't let Tax Luther take your refund. Join Team Prime today. Power to the people who fight.
To find a location near you, go to primeaccounting.net.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the Four-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
Selling equipment can be a hassle. Whether you're needing to replace an old tractor or you're finally getting to retire, the time and energy needed to clean, prep, promote, and sell seems daunting. That's why you need Tyler Jackman and Big Iron Auctions. From one piece to the whole farm, Big Iron Auctions can deliver your items to more than 750,000 registered bidders. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115 or learn more at BigIronAuctions.com. From the phone call to the service call, Roto-Rooter is there with fast and reliable sewer and drain service. From repair and replacement to septic and grease trap pumping, Roto-Rooter is here for you. With video inspections, Roto-Rooter can identify the exact issue to get the repair done quickly and correctly. Complete sewer line repairs or replacements, Roto-Rooter has you covered. Serving Crawford, Bourbon, and Cherokee counties, Roto-Rooter, 620-231-5630.
Nothing says luxury like a Lincoln. Take advantage of 0% financing for 66 months right now on the all-new Lincoln Navigator. Come see us today at Mike Carpino Family of Ford Lincoln Dealerships, Columbus, Parsons, Pittsburg.
It's the rush. Every touchdown, basket, goal, or lap is filled with excitement. It's why we love the game. It's why we play the game. It's also why we bet on the game. The rush is why we need a plan to bet responsibly and not lose more than we can afford. Problem sports gambling can ruin the love we have for sports. So know when enough is enough. Know when the game is playing you. Contact 1-800-GAMBLER for help today.
Having the right financial partner can make all the difference. Community National Bank and Trust believes banking should do more than just hold your money. We support your goals, simplify your day-to-day, and give you room to grow with quality banking services. Withdraw, transfer, invest, apply for loans, and talk with our banking professionals online, over the phone, or in person. Let Community National Bank and Trust help you build a banking experience that works for you. Community National Bank and Trust, equal housing lender and member FDIC.
Chicken Annie's of Girard is something to crow about. Their family-style restaurant continues a Southeast Kansas tradition with their specialty, fried chicken, plus famous homemade onion rings, chicken and noodles, and so much more. And of course, their delicious homemade pies. Dine in or carry out available. Chicken Annie's of Girard has the best value, flavor, and service in the area. Stop in soon or call for catering. 620-724-4090.
You've heard go big or go home. At Big Iron Auctions, you can go big from home. With thousands of pieces of equipment, active auctions, bidding at your convenience, and an easy-to-use site, BigIronAuctions.com can help you grow big. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115 to see how Big Iron Auctions can help grow your operation. Bid now, list now at BigIronAuctions.com.
Welcome back to Pittsburg High School. Dragon boys get their first home win of the season, 59-52, over the Parsons Vikings. And right now we're joined by head coach Jesse Moss. And, Coach, a long way into the season to get your first home win, but you got it. And kind of had to pull it out at the end. Parsons pretty game tonight.
Yeah.
They looked like a lot different than they did back in January.
Yeah.
And your boys still managed to hold them off. And a lot of tense games here over the last week, but it seems like they're maturing a little bit over the process.
Yeah, no, Coach Houck does a great job. Parsons is definitely not the same team that they were when we played them a couple months ago. So a ton of credit to them tonight. They shot the crap out of it. I'm excited to, see what they shot from three, but I'm assuming it was a pretty high percentage. We didn't do enough to bother them. We didn't fly around enough in the first half, so we went to trapping ball screens just to try to get us some type of energy and deflections. It worked at times, and then we forgot to fly around or cover the tag guy and gave him open threes. But, other than that, I was glad we got a win.
Jamarcus Davis, 26 points tonight.
Sheesh.
And 16 of them coming in that second half, and he really just kind of said, okay, boys, I'm going to carry this for a little bit. And really performed well in the second half for you. Shot the ball well from the free throw line and created turnovers. Just a pretty darn good all-around game from that young man. Yeah, no, he's an absolute stud. I'm so fortunate I get to coach him, and let alone get to coach him for another year as well. Got to remember the kid's only a junior. Yeah. But I want to give some love real quick to Wyatt Thomas. Played his heart out.
I told our coaches on the bench, I was like, Wyatt Thomas is going to start for the rest of the season. Like, that truly, like, we're begging guys to, you know, have some fight and make games ugly, because that's going to have to be our recipe for success against teams that are better than us. And Wyatt embodies that. So he was fantastic tonight. I also thought Halen Moss had some big moments. So our sophomores stepped up tonight in a major way, which was awesome to see.
Yeah, it's always good to see contributions from the young guys. And Landon Jesse got a 3 to fall tonight.
Yes,
and
he did.
There's not an actual lid on the bucket here,
Nope.
so it was good to see for him.
And like I'm telling you, man, that boy Landon is going to be really, really, really good. And he has to figure out, one, I want him to shoot it, and two, if you shoot it and miss it, just shoot the next one. They got to go in at some point, right?
Yeah.
Like, they'll go in eventually. But
Yeah.
he's been fantastic, man. His confidence is growing, especially with him playing well on the defensive end of the floor. So that's translating to him making some shots.
Yeah, and from what I've known of guys who are really good shooters, I was not necessarily one of them, but there's kind of a killer mentality of it that, like, this is going in. When I shoot this, it's going in. Not I hope it goes in, but it's going.
Right.
And it'd be nice for him to hit enough in the games to feel confident that when he shoots it, it's going down, because he's got a good-looking shot.
Oh, yeah. No, we got a really good group of guys that, you know, battled their butts off tonight, so I'm super proud of them. Glad we got a home win. So thanks to all the fans that came out, and glad we got a win for y'all.
Well, Chanute coming up on Tuesday, and unfortunately it's not a road game.
Yeah.
But you guys did handle them pretty well on the road. What do you remember from that game? What do you expect to see from them as they come in here on Tuesday?
An absolute dogfight. Just like it was at their place, went into overtime. They got a young team full of juniors. They got one senior that starts for them, I believe. So we're looking forward to the opportunity to competing with them again, and hopefully we can get a dub against them.
All right, Coach. Well, congratulations on the win
sir.
tonight, your first home win of the season, and thanks for climbing up here and talking to us.
Sir. Yes, sir.
And we'll see you on Tuesday.
Yes, sir. Thank you. God bless.
All right. That's Coach Jesse Moss of the Pittsburgh Purple Dragons. They pick up their first home win tonight, and I'm digging through a pile of papers here. They improved to 8-10 on the season, 5-4 in league play. Parsons falls to 2-17, 0-9 in league play. So it's always good to not give somebody their first win in league play. The Dragons avoided that tonight. Back in action Tuesday here at the Friendly Confines as we welcome in the Chanute Blue Comets before hitting the road on Friday of next week to take on Fort Scott. The league schedule winding down. The Dragons trying to build some momentum as we get set to head into the 5A playoffs. And got a couple of tough opponents coming up next week. So if you can't make it to see those games in person, we certainly hope you'll join us here on Pittsburgh Sports Live for our broadcast. But that's going to do it for tonight. I'm Josh Lettner saying thanks for joining us. Dragons get 2 wins tonight. You've been watching Dragon Basketball on Pittsburgh Sports Live.
From the gridiron to the hardcourt, the pitch to the mat, don't miss any of the action. We're there with live, local sports coverage at VarsitySportsLive.com.